Good morning, everybody. What date on the Siri calls? I have September. Good morning, guys. Reverb. Oh, interesting start to the day. Futures failed the gap fill, and then they failed 45.90. Although they're finding a little bit of support at 45.80. That's a pretty key level. Oh, look, it's the morning short. Yep. Stuffing us just under gamma neutral, too. Hmm. I know this is going to sound crazy. Hmm. Shit, no, it's a lot higher. I'm not going to fuck with it. Discord's not working well. Why? It looks like it's working fine. Ooh, Siri 0 at Fidelity, 950,000 at IBKR at 62.55. Thank you, Atomic. It looks like Pickles Picks had a reversal from yesterday. Good time to get back in. Some of them might be. I would stay away from QCOM going into earnings tonight. J&J, there was a little bit of profit taking on the options chain, but if you have Theta, it still looks decent. What else? I closed a lot of them yesterday already. Let me see. Upstart, there might be a chance for re-entry. I kind of talked about that in the daily today. Um, I'm gonna probably just look to the upside for that because it bounced off the support at 52 yesterday again. It kept bouncing between like 55 and 52. Um, it could get rejected again if like weekly call interest doesn't come in. And then Snow, I don't know how Snow is doing. Ooh, Snow bounced back above risk. Snow I might cut and wait to re-enter. Maybe till after earnings tonight. Reverb is off the chart. Check your volumes. Do you just have like Discord and the stream open simultaneously? Because I haven't changed a single audio setting. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Is there enough pressure for SPX to hit 4,600 today? I don't think so at all, no. SPX to 4,600 seems very unlikely currently. Maybe 45.75. That would probably be about the upside of any expected range here. And right now it's really not bullish or bearish. getting a little more bullish. Futures is finding support. Although the volume's dying off very, very quickly. Is there enough pressure for SPX to hit 4,600? Make the sounds worse so that people leave, and it'll just be the two of us. So Pootsies came in overnight. They did. I mean, they came in the pre-market, not overnight. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're bought or sold. They could be sold. Yields were dropping this morning too, and a bunch of sold puts. VIX is dropping really fast too. A bunch of sold puts and yields rising generally means they're gonna try to pump it, but we'll see. Why is Tesla trying to give me hope? Let me see. I mean, Tesla had a nice bounce yesterday on the back of put capitulation, but I'm not really sure it's got a lot of upside interest on it right now. Little bit of call interest. I mean, yeah, there's a chance it continues up. Dealer Delta is still negative though. I'd watch the indexes if you're playing it because I might consider going long on like a bounce off of like 69 or 67. I really don't like the 70 level. Is this just gonna fail here? Already? Hmm. Let's see. Selling the 60, long the 65. It's a little early. I could wait, I suppose. Although it does look like it's going to go up. Maybe I should sell the put spread first and buy the long call. Sorry, one sec. Let's sell 55, 60, 60 put. 55, 60. 250. Yeah, the pricing on that's not fucking great. $60.65. I could just buy a debit spread on the call side though. 60, 70. Full porting 60, 4,600 calls. Say less. Look, all right, Carl. What are we shilling today? Nothing in particular. I don't think. Not yet. I'm kind of just waiting for spreads to line up where I kind of want to sell them. Although I might just wait. Let me see if positioning shifted in the market open at all. So target seems to be like 45, 75, 80. That looks pretty good. That's getting more bullish. Okay, so I could sell. This is what I'll do. I'll sell the 65. Huh. Fuck, that's annoying. How's series liquidity today? A little lower than yesterday, but not a lot. It's getting used up a little more rapidly here. They're definitely shorting a bit. I'm not really watching borrowable shares, but it's probably dropping. This is the new normal now until big tech earnings pull back guidance, huh? Just buying calls every day and selling spreads. Seems like we need a big catalyst for big downs at this point. I mean, I'd be okay if we just keep doing this forever. It's very profitable. HBM with a nice jump this morning. Ooh. Yeah, broad commodities have been doing pretty well. Okay. So that looks like it's gonna push up eventually. Just not yet. It's gonna fucking pull back first. If it pulls back first, I'm gonna wait. Fuck. Gross. Why can't they pump this piece of shit effectively anymore? Is 15 out of the question for HBM over the next year or so? Probably. That seems a bit excessive. Um, I was thinking more like 8 to 12, but I guess it's not impossible. I mean, copper prices could soar if supplies remain constrained, right? Hmm. How many day trades do I have? 2? $60, $70. That's really pushing it. Although I do like that a bit better. Sell 605, 610. $4 risk on the spread, or I could go down here. 250 risk on the spread. 60, 65. I like that a little better. All right. Because it's a piece of shit. Yeah, Gurk, just hoping to wish you a good day. Thanks, Nicolaire. You too, man. QQQ going upsies. I know. SPX is too. Okay, I'm way more comfortable with this price. 60, 65. 55, 60. I wonder if I get the fill. Fuck. 60, 65 for $3. Damn it. Well, I guess if this breaks down a little. The 5560 is basically just as good. $230. I don't want the extra put strike so far. Yeah, I'm gonna do 70. 60, 70. At 3. 325. Okay. Hmm. $30. Sorry, yeah, they're short in GMA. $60, 65. I'm just trying to get a good price on these spreads. They're selling them a lot, so they're moving around. I wish for aluminum facade contractor, and our suppliers said they don't anticipate price increases for the next couple of quarters. For context, we saw a 34% increase in the last 2 years. Okay. I mean, that should be true as long as there's no like escalation of the conflict with Russia, right? That would be the biggest threat to aluminum prices right now. I've been wishing you a bad day ever since you called me a groundskeeper yesterday. It rattled me. I might have to start calling you a social media influencer. Nice. Is this gonna fail even a little bit? I need a fucking entry on this stupid spread. Actually, this is a better time to sell the call spread, right? The call spread's like 335 here. $60.65. No, no, it's not. Actually, that's kind of shit. 60.70, 65.75. I fucking hate that. Okay. So it did fail. And that should be the opportunity to sell the put. Been 5 wide. 60.65. You piece of shit. Okay. It's $4 risk. Do you think BTU looks going into earnings? How do you think BTU looks going into earnings? Fine, not probably not very interesting. We're just gonna grind up today. Most likely, at least the early part of the day. I think so. Okay, so now I can buy the call leg. Vertical call 60.70. I'm gonna sell the 65.55. 520. I'm gonna sell the 60.70. I'm gonna sell the 65. 65.55. 520. Selling the 55, buying the 65. Okay, cool. I buy a call. Single option call. I buy 490. Shit. Too slow. Okay. Almost too slow. What's going on, Dork? Oh, thank you so much, man. Published it in my inbox. Dick. What's the Russian grain stuff impact on FERT companies? Could have an effect, although nat gas is a little more important there. Upstart seems to want to go to 60. Yeah, probably. That's where the majority of the like upside call interest that's still on the chain is. Are you buying these spreads with the intention to close them before the end of the day? I mean, if I do this right, I should only need to close one option today. Although, I guess we'll see how that works out. How much theta do you buy for QQQ straddles? Very little. Like, 1 to 3 days. Because, yes, you would need big moves otherwise. Also, don't use option strat as like the definitive model of a straddle's profitability, because it's always weighing the losing leg when it gives you that payout performance. And if you're selling each leg in its profitable range, then your profit curve will change. What happened to my boy T? I don't know. Is it on sale again? No. They have earnings tomorrow morning, so that's probably a part of it. The candle just got eaten. Yeah. Easy money on Nvidia. Thanks, Garrick. No problem. Good job. Yeah, it was a pretty simple setup. I'd trade it in this account, but I can't. I have to because I don't have any day trades. Well, I do, but I can't use them for shit like that yet. The fuck is with SPX versus ES? What do you mean? ES just bumped and tested 45.90. I still think they're going for the gap fill. It bounced pretty hard off of the 80 resistance. SPX is gonna have more volatility in the like per tick, if that's what you're referring to, because it doesn't move in fixed intervals. Hopefully my 1380 basis survives the storm, but I wouldn't mind buying more lower, I think. Yeah, if I get another discount again like last week, I'll consider getting some more, but I'm not really interested in buying it here. It's still a little too much. Wait, what did you just say about Nvidia? It's testing 460? They're talking about something else. Those Nvidia calls were a good play from last night. Yeah, no. What do you think about puts on Upstart as it tests 60? I like spreads a little better. Mm, yeah, I like spreads a little better. Under 55, I don't mind puts so much, but you have to have tight stops. Above 55, I think I'd rather just sell spreads. Those Nvidia calls are a good play from last night. What do you think about puts on Upstart as it tests 60? Would you mind explaining your spreads? Some are debit, some are credit, some hedged, some not as well hedged. uh, just trying to avoid PDT. A lot of the hoops I'm jumping through here are largely unnecessary, but because I can't close positions, I need to be able to hold them, which means I need to target. Basically, I'm trying to predict the closing price for the day at the beginning of the day and position myself so that the majority of my premium cash settles positively. Good question. Hypothetically, couldn't you start off with $0 in a margin account and trade verticals? No. You would have to have some balance. You could trade verticals on $100 account. Maybe. Most brokers have a margin requirement amount like 1,000 or 2,000. But if they didn't, yes, theoretically you could do it with like $100 as long as you have the spread risk covered. Are bear call spreads high risk on Nvidia? High risk at this level? It's a little. I would say it's a little early to target them. All right, let's see what positioning looks like. I wouldn't play bears call spreads on Nvidia with Microsoft and Google earnings tonight. it looks like out of the money call volume's pretty high, but there's a big rift at 45.65. 70.75 strikes have a ton of gamma, and there's very little to no support to the downside. So slipping 45.60 is pretty bad. I guess I could just pick up the put now. It is a little cheaper. Fuck, I don't like that very much, though. Let's see where futures finds support, I guess. Well, futures is going to find support at 45.85, then it's going to bounce sooner than later. I think overall our trend is likely to continue up. Yeah. I don't think they're going to give up that level just yet. Although things are really starting to break down pretty quickly. Where do you get your options buy sell data? You can calculate it. But we get our data from CBOE through a data provider. There are other ways to determine bought versus sold options besides the bid-ask spread, despite what people say. They aren't, well, actually, they're probably just as accurate and maybe even more so. I really love how Tesla's not going up the market here. Bias confirming if we go down. Yeah, well, I mentioned earlier, Tesla's kind of at the top of its current call interest at like 270. Like the range of call interest for a bounce back wasn't very extensive. So that can change. Obviously, more interest can come in, but yeah, right now it's not great. That's why I said I'd rather see like a test of 75 before I bought puts. Because if people start buying calls on the morning stagnation on Tesla, it could start moving up more. I like how you made it into a fun game of dodge the PDT. Yeah, keeps it interesting. If Google and Microsoft earnings are bad and JPOW goes for 0.5, we're getting our crash. Interesting. I mean, at least we could get a pretty steep correction. If JPOW does 0.5, the market's probably going to correct heavily. I don't think he's going to do 0.5. I think if he were to do that, it would be later, like at the Jackson Hole meeting. Economic symposium. I loaded up on Google calls. Good luck, man. That's on September 15, 4:45 p on SPY. Even if we only go up, we should at least see a pullback to 440 to reload this crazy pump, right? Right? That's roughly around where like gamma neutral is right now, but gamma neutral is moving up. So I'd imagine that if we test 45.75 today, we should see, we'll probably see gamma neutral climb going into the FOMC meeting tomorrow. We haven't had any sustained periods below gamma neutral since March. So, obviously the reversal risk is really, really high on a test of gamma neutral. But if there were to be a continuation, then yeah, you'd make money. Google 140 end of week? Whatever you want, man. I don't think so. I think that's a bit excessive. Their projections weren't nearly as crazy as everyone else's. Um, I don't see a reason that they would beat what are already slightly higher estimates for the quarter in any significant fashion. Analysts are expecting that they beat their year over year EPS, which is really unlikely. But directionally exposing yourself to earnings is arguably the stupidest thing that you can do when trading. So maybe consider, if you're going to go balls deep on calls, to have some kind of hedge in case you're wrong. I want to check my logic. If I sell 45.55, 45.60 like you, and net 270 is my max loss, the difference between spot and minus 270, so 230, yes, that's correct. You still have to have $500 of margin to open the spread in the first place, though. Jackson Hole's in September. Bots and Nvidia seem like they're going to move up this week, eh? Well, so they seem like they're going to move up today. If Nvidia starts to stagnate in the upper part of its range here, and they start selling calls on it again, especially into the latter half of today, Nvidia can move back down. Gurk, my Siri calls are green. What? How? Did you just buy them? I was born just today. What's the play on Siri? Eh, probably nothing, but it might squeeze. Can we please get some red days for the love of God? Probably not yet. Well, yeah, probably not yet. I think 4580 is mostly sold right now. Big surprise there, but still, yeah, I agree. I think 4580 and 4585, 90 and 4600 are all really heavily sold. 4575 is about the peak of like the long side interest right now. I do expect them to kind of try to get close to that. I don't know if they'll be successful, but I do expect them to try to fill that gap today on futures. It's a pretty big gap for futures to carry for multiple days. AMC's not going to squeeze as long as they're still have a dilution on the table. We should just be buying Upstart instead of SPX, since it's a 7x leverage ETF, right? You could. It's not 7x. It's probably got a positive beta of like 2.8 or so. Did you reverse the colors in your broker? Nope, they're green and profitable. All right. Would you get out of Siri calls before their earnings next week? Ooh. Probably. I'm just holding them for like the T2, T3, and T5 period. I know what Upstart's doing. I made 50% on the Nvidia calls. SVX to 4570 today? Maybe. I think at least 4565. I'm not sure if it'll get to 70 or not. They're trying. We'll see. Someone is selling leaps on Siri. There's a very high ask price, 1175 calls for Jan 2024. That's doesn't seem surprising. It's a good way to short vol, right? If I stand on my hand until it's numb, then trade 0 GTEs and lose, am I legally liable for the loss, or does the stranger danger rule, as per Roman law, protect me? No, that's not real. I'm still crying about not getting assigned at 12 on Upstart. Shit happens. Other stocks will run. Don't worry about it. They're up 3%, so probably plus options chain is pretty dry. I just thought it was hilarious. Complete YOLO. It's interesting if the market maker is starting to reprice implied volatility. CSP premiums don't make up for it. Well, next time when weighing CSPs versus just buying the fucking shares at rock bottom, maybe you'll buy the shares or split it up, right? Why does the current market trend look even more bullish than the free money days of 2020 and 2021? Is there secret free money somewhere? There is free money, but it's not a secret. Tesla drop. Interesting. So it failed early. Ooh. Yeah, so this is where you want to look for support. Right here around like 267.57. If it starts to find support here and reverse, then you could target 270 as a confirmation. If it continues to fail, 266 is the confirmation. So 270 the upside, 266 to the downside. You could arguably straddle it here, although I'm not sure the returns would be worth it. Everything is starting to nosedive. Define everything. Because NVIDIA's up 2.5%. Microsoft's up 50 BPS. Meta's 41. QQQ's up 50 BPS. Apple's up. Amazon's up. Google's up a little bit. AMD's up like 1%. So no? Probably bought an illiquid strike. Yeah, probably. It's funny though. Is there a case for Upstart to just keep going and or stabilize here? It's very volatile, and if like weekly call buying comes in, it squeezes out short calls. So, I mean, a lot of the upside effect here is just that, and Nvidia. If Nvidia drops again on negative Microsoft or Google earnings, and we start to see sold calls pile into it again, that's going to free up liquidity again on bots, and Upstart's going to get shorted again. So we probably bought an illiquid strike on Siri. Oh, yeah. Express dead. No trades in like 10 minutes. Yeah, it looks like it blew off everything yesterday. It had a good run yesterday, though. Nvidia is diving off of a 461 peak. I mean, right now it's starting to dive. Eh, So probably call selling at 460 and 65. We'll see if it stagnates a bunch in this range. You might be able to get puts at like 460, 459. Although I'd be careful with it with earnings. I probably would just enjoy the profits from the morning's 2.5% increase. Almost 3. Snow looks like it wants to slip gamma neutral. Hey, did that come back? Because I need to close that or reposition it. Oh, okay. Fuck. It's still above my risk. I guess I'm alright. I could average down. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll just average down on that one. SPX spitting bars today. Yeah. I think they just keep pumping it till they fill that gap. Like, no matter what, right? They've been trying really. They tried again in pre-market. They've been trying really hard to fill it for like a fucking week now. So like almost a week. Last Thursday. Do you expect Siri to end higher or lower if T plus 2 works? I don't know if I expect T plus 2 to work yet. That really just depends on the source of their liquidity. If they're getting liquidity out of the options chain. But I don't think they are. I think most of their liquidity is coming in through ETFs, of which Siri has an exceptional number. So I would expect T3 and 5 to be more impactful than T2. I think we've seen the effects of T2 already, which was the downside from out of the money calls last Friday, closing out of the money. I wonder if Kenny Strat involves a lot of Vega hedging, and that's why he's down so much. Probably. I mean, he has to carry more. I mean, he sells volatility, right? And that's not been very profitable lately. Every time 4580 strikes, hits $1, it's like a brick wall. I love it. This thing could pop if the shorts get scared. True. What's the reason for the increased volume on Upstart for this push up? Is this someone being squeezed out of a short position? Sold calls mostly. I mean, you could call it squeezed. There's not really enough of them for it to squeeze, but it does add to the momentum. What's the reason for increased volume? They should just give up and move back in with their parents because they aren't good at the market. They probably won't, but if it does, I could make like $20. Ooh, fancy. So you're playing the spy, what, 457 or 458 strike? You'll probably get an exit. I'm playing the SPX 4580 short squeeze. You should make a lot more than $20. Yell at me all you want. My body is ready. I don't think they're gonna get a short squeeze here. Doesn't Meta have earnings along with Google and Microsoft tonight? Do they? I thought their earnings were tomorrow. Their earnings are tomorrow. No. Yeah, tomorrow. Is the SPX gap if this one? 45, 65, 50. Oh, no, it's I guess so. It's 45, 64, 75 through 45, 65, 25. It's actually a little bigger on ES. The ES gap is 45, 94, 25 through 45, 95, 50. Does the options chain provide an indication of an imminent short squeeze on what? I did Barbenheimer over the weekend and it ruled. That is all. Okay. Well, they're saying MRO is 28% undervalued, and with oil these days, quite the gap up to $35 a share. Thoughts? Who's saying that it's undervalued? Who's who's they? Yeah, I mean, it's got exposure. I don't think it's that severely undervalued. Oil prices continue to rise, so it could pop. I don't know if this is the best oil company to have like exposure to spot crude, but it's okay. I think they're a little bit more diversified. I remember looking at them like a year ago, and I didn't like them very much, and I'm glad I didn't buy them. Latest news article for MRO on WeBull. Okay. Zero DT 45 60 65 strangle. You could. 65 65 might be. Well, actually, yeah. It's 60 65. 60 65 might be better. I think a, I think a straddle's better there than a strangle, but I haven't touched oil stocks since COVID. Did well then. It was kind of hard not to. I'm trolling the TradingView public channel. Help me. I have a problem. I see that. Are you trolling the bulls, the bears, or both? Is it greedy to change a profitable bear call spread into a condor? A little bit. What's the drink of the day? I don't know. It's pink, some sort of energy drink. Um, Zoa? Red candle. That's correct, NW. All right, so Dork, the plan here is, and you can yell at me now. The plan here is I'm gonna wait for it to pop to like 45.65. I'm gonna close the extra long call. Then I'm gonna pick up the put. Hi, Fluffiosa. This is my Pyrex protective put profile put. Protective profile put. I see what you've done. I don't think Pyrex was gonna change his name though. Also, get rid of that. That assumes a test of 45.65. I hate it. Good idea. It does assume a test of 45.65. If we don't test 45.65, I have to buy the shitty put at 45.55. I think Pyrex77 is a bot. He didn't even respond to me earlier. It's not a bot. He's spoken before in the chat. That's gross. I know. It's only there as long-term defense deterrent. I'll just ban both of the accounts. Wait, you still think it goes back to 45.65 today? And you just answered that. What? I said that earlier. I had to give up one of my koala fucker accounts to make that. Don't you dare. Hmm. Yeah, so I think we stabilize here, like 45.85 on futures. Then we get the move up. Or this all just comes crumbling down. Let's find out. I wish somebody'd buy some fucking calls at 45.65. Besides me. Why am I the only person who owns calls here? I feel very lonely. Dork, the gamma chart's making me feel like an idiot. Hey, Girk, what would you say is a good price target for Express? Thanks. Just up. I really don't know what it's going to be worth because I don't know what the company's going to do. It's kind of up to the management at this point. And I'm sure that lack of decisiveness is part of the reason for its discounted price. I have 45.60s. Best I can do. No, it's not good enough. Me too. I had a 10 45.65C, but I got stopped out. I made like $7. Well, that's not bad. For a buy-in? Sorry for the unclear question. Oh, I mean, you could potentially wait until after it reverse splits, but I've been buying in like the low 60 range see. My last buy was at 60 cents. I think my cost basis is around like 63 point something 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 cents per share. So under that, I mean, I've got probably all I want to buy of it at this point, but I might pick up some more if it drops to like 50 or something. It's going to reverse split though, and then after it reverse splits, it's probably going to get shorted really hard again. So I'm kind of waiting. I'm kind of just waiting for that to happen before I buy a lot more. All right, I got one 45.65 call. You can probably see it in the gamma chart though. 45.65 call. Oh, nice. I think this is gonna break down soon. Probably not. Any thoughts on LMT? Let's I can take a look at it. Ooh. It's kind of set up really nicely for a bounce. Dork. I want to get long exposure on Lockheed Martin. I don't give a shit about the UFO hearing. No one's buying LMT based on the amount of alien technology they have. What it is doing is bouncing off of fucking delta neutral. Call interest is picking up. Fuck. It's so not influenced by its options chain, but the setup's really nice. Gorg, I'm buying and selling my first bear call spread. Nice. Congratulations. Selling. But, yeah. What'd you do to your finger? I chopped the tip of it off. It's it's reattached itself, so that's cool. It still had like a little flap left. What are your thoughts on the changing narrative about the markets being overbought and a recession incoming? Is this just a setup, as in the markets will continue to pump? What's the deal? Well, who pays for the narrative? What's Microsoft Gamma Max? Probably also not relevant. Hold on. What the fuck is this? There it is. Microsoft's Gamma Max is it's 380. Yeah, I know T earnings are tomorrow. If we fill the gap, is that the point to buy puts? That's where I'd like to buy them, ideally. Is GME about to do something? Nah. GME still kind of looks like shit. Maybe later in the day. Ooh, a little bit of contraction there, though. I like that. Wednesday? Hmm. Okay, GME looks a little bit better than it did this morning. But I still hate it. I still don't like the setup. It seems risky. And then even if it does pop, what does it go to? Like 24? It's just... I don't know if it's worthwhile. I'd rather play just almost any other stock that actually can have price improvement. Although I will say it does look slightly better. They did a pretty big liquidity grab in the pre-market. And they burned through a bunch of it, but I think some of that's just the lagging effect of the kind of instability from last Friday's close with the AMC shit. I don't know if that's going to continue to carry over into like actual liquidity realization. Don't chop your fingers off, dude. I know it seems like a good idea at the moment. I hope you've learned your lesson. It was an accident. Best time to sell a bear spread is when you think it's peaking, right? Yeah, usually. GME is going to rise like a phoenix. Oh, shut up. When GME downs, though, I want to reclaim my CCs at 20 that I just keep rolling at opportune times. I miss the anticipation of OPEXs and NOPEXs on GME. I don't. I would argue that that's the thing I miss the least. Consumer confidence up, manufacturing index is down. Pyrex, please put a Z in front of your name. We're approaching the 1 year anniversary of GME's last real run. Yeah, yeah. Is there any liquidity stuff going on with Syria that would point towards a run later this week? Well, they're not covering anything. The cost to borrow is rising, and liquidity's starting to shift downwards. They got less liquidity today than yesterday. But it's also closer to their puts at $5. So, I mean, arguably they're winning. They don't have a lot of liquidity left for today. Burning through it really fast. We'll see. If liquidity keeps contracting, like tomorrow, that would be a good sign. No joke, the UAP hearing tomorrow can negatively impact LMT. How? Did you stop out of your NVIDIA calls for like 100%? I don't know. I have to look. I'm not sure what time I stopped out of them at. Um, Looks like I stopped out of them at 10:06. I don't know what the profit percentage is on them. I'd have to do the math. What was NVIDIA at? 10:06? How the fuck did I get stopped out on that? Huh. Yeah, I did pretty good on them. My port has never been greener since dumping GME. Holding 50% of my port for so long was so dumb. I still have mine. Ahoy Grank is MSFT nummy for a straddle tonight. Straddles aren't good on earnings. Well, I actually don't know what the implied volatility, like the implied move is for Microsoft, but straddles are usually bad on earnings because you get IV crushed. Hard disagree. Everyone just needs to get good. That's because you don't let the hatred flow through you. Minor inconveniences should easily make you fly off the handle. How does Snap look going into earnings? I mean, I'm not very interested in it. Snap has beat several earnings only to go down the next day. So, yeah, I probably wouldn't play their earnings. The risk is too high. Trying out a straddle is the trick to sell both legs when profitable, or try to capture max profit in one direction and hold for a better exit on the losing leg. It depends. So if you get a really big move, right? So say you open a straddle on SPX at the money. Let's say it's, 45.60. That's what we're trading at right now. Okay. And then the next overnight, during the overnight session, ES moves up like 80 BPS. Right? And you've probably now come fairly close to moving into a new trading range. At this point, yeah, it's generally better just to close both. Right? Your puts are paid for and you're profitable. You're in a new range, so like mean revision is less likely. So it's less likely to come back and retest that immediately. So yeah, in this situation, it's usually better to close both. If you have the same situation, if you have this situation, where you open up like 20 BPS, right? It hits resistance, stagnates, and then starts to fail. You can stop your calls there and leave your put leg open in the hopes that it either retests and you're gonna sell your put at roughly break even, or drops more, right? And that's as long as it's contained within your current trading range. Right. So if the move is within, you can probably get out of both legs profitably. If the move exceeds the range, then you want to just kind of take your profits and close it. Snap made me so much money on the 2020 bounce. Do you have a price target for BTU for the end of this year? No, not really. I mean, commodities are improving. I don't know the pace at which China's economy is going to reopen, but that's where I'm looking for demand. It's slowed down a lot, so I would say that, you know, some moderate price improvement due to the share buyback, and maybe a little bit of price improvement due to coal. So maybe like 27 to 30 is possible by end of year. I don't know if we'd hit that. My like long-term PT is like between 30 and 35. And that's, once that demand for coal starts picking up. It's kind of just hard to say if that's going to be by the end of this year or in the early, like, first half of next. So I don't want to be too firm on it. I mean, coal demand could skyrocket into the winter and, it could easily hit 30, 35 this year, but it may not. Had to step away for a call about 45 minutes ago. How's OI shaking out? It's pretty much the same. Continued grind up even after the drop. I don't think the drop was very significant. We left a gap to the upside. Um, I'm not sure if we've really reached a point where we've picked up momentum. Yeah, it's still a little while longer, I think, before we move into a higher range. Yeah, interesting. Well, hold on. These Nvidia puts are doing very well now. AJ, you want to be really pissed off? As long as a few people get why he would be angry, that's all that matters. Do you think moves from the overnight earnings tonight could outweigh neutral positioning for FOMC? Just wondering if an overnight straddle is beneficial given how flat we are today. Flat so far. Um, I mean, the flatness will probably break after the FOMC meeting or during it. So, straddles are usually pretty good in advance because I'll tell you why. IV will increase a little bit going into the FOMC meeting. Although certainty on the rate decision is very high, there will be some desire for tail risk hedge, right? And that's gonna push VIX. Is there a rough BPS value that you use as a general idea to cut the opposite side of a strangle at before you evaluate the other factors? Like 0.5, 0.75, the general cutoff. Actually, I just meditate before I enter them and let the market speak to me. Did you buy 460p's at 461? No comment. Fuck, don't tell that guy meditation. I think he's long gone. That stop loss hunt was insane. Where? On SPX? When do you think you'll retire the game chart with another ticker when you close your positions? I mean, maybe, yeah. As long as I'm still selling covered calls, though, I do need to watch it throughout the day. It still represents a fairly significant chunk of my portfolio. I've got out of my NVIDIA calls at 460. I'm not mad about NVIDIA today. Okay. Hey, look at you. Even you made money. Perfect play. Did you buy QCOM puts? I'm still planning to close today before big tech earnings. I bought QCOM puts yesterday morning at market open and then immediately got stopped out of them. I'm gonna wait probably till Wednesday and then look to re-enter. I don't want to hold them into tonight. I don't want to hold them into tonight's earnings, and so I don't really want to open them today. I got it in vehicles at 460. Nah, he had VIX puts. Oh, why? Are those even profitable? The delta on them still super fucked up. Better, but still fucked up. Fubo looking prime for a drop to low twos with any market dip. Yeah, that's what I'm targeting. Tesla already at 265. Do you think we go lower or take profits? I'm already setting stops. 265 is actually not like a big resistance on Tesla. Um, yeah, this looks like it's falling off. 266.50 is the local resistance. I would probably want stops around like 267.50 if I was gonna plan on playing the continuation. Roughly, you'll have to fit that for whatever your premium is, but that's a decent cutoff point if it's gonna turn around. But it doesn't look very good. I would say that it looks pretty bearish. I highly doubt Superstock or whatever's left there cares about my GME position. How often are you entering your pickles picks right at market open? I often hesitate to wait for an entry and miss out. I mean, if market opens and I'm in my target range, I'm probably going to enter them. I bought a strangle on Meta this morning for earnings and I'm already up. I just want to sell already. That's pretty reasonable. Although IV will go up. If NVIDIA breaks 455, maybe more downs, it looks like a bit of accumulation. Yeah, yeah. I don't think 450 is out of the question. Although I might get stopped out of my puts sooner than that. Do you think series chart is showing organic selling or shorting? There's been selling in the options chain, some. So there is some of this is propagated by the dealer dropping their hedge. But it's definitely a lot of shorting as well. Why is VIX doing a thing? Well, we have FOMC tomorrow. No, I think SPX is getting ready to break up. I might be wrong, but I think it's gonna break up. Out of the money call interest is picking up a lot. Although I do think like the 80 and 85 strikes are sold. I should probably average this shitty call down. Too soon? That's better. Can Siri also break up? I feel like the play is probably dead soon. Yeah, it could. I'll probably exit it if nothing happens by like T5, but I don't think the play is dead. I think they're trying to save themselves from having to cover a lot and shorting it in order to cover less. I'm on 4-day winning streak trading QQQ 0 DTE and covered calls. Nice. But I want to keep the streak going and not lose it all on being overconfident. Do you do this? Has added some weird stress that wasn't there before. So you're trying to scale. Don't scale. Don't scale till you have a plan. And even then, only do it very slowly. This is where like this is where I see most of you fail. You do really well, like you'll hit a play or a runner, and you'll turn 3 grand into like 12 or 15. Let's say 15. And then I would say about half of the people that have this issue redeploy all $15,000 into the same strategy that made them the $1,500 in the first place. So they take on equivalent risk. Or they attempt to take on strategies that they are inexperienced in. Both of these lead to them blowing up the money they made. You need to set a plan for scaling. You are not used to trading a $15,000, and this could be any number, a $15,000 account or a $50,000 account or $100,000, right? You should not be attempting to deploy this capital into the same strategies. This is something that happened right after BBBY, right? To a lot of people. BBBY happened, everybody was peak elation, right? And immediately YOLO'd all the money they made into Revlon, which was not the same play at all. It carried very different risk. And then subsequently blew up their ports, right? This happens, it happened with GME runs. It's happened with people printing 0 DTEs on SPX. When you start expanding, when you start expanding the amount of risk you're taking in the market, your likelihood of failing increases, right? So you need to, if you're going to expand how much capital you're trading, you need to diversify into lower risk strategies than whatever fucking money printer nailed you a win in the first place, right? We're not going to get into the fact that you shouldn't have been YOLOing the $3,000, all of it in the beginning anyway, to get to the $15,000. But you definitely don't go back and do it again. $1,700 taco account. If you make 5x on out of the money puts with little theta and you buy more out of the money puts with a lot of theta, that's still the same strategy basically. That's called doubling down, and it's super stupid. Ultimate BBBYQ bag holder. What are your expectations for BTU earnings? I mean, I expect their cash flows to continue to be better and them to have paid off some debt. I don't know if they're going to make any kind of announcement about a special dividend, but they might. That's an expectation for the next couple earnings, is that they're going to announce a special dividend for shareholders because their cash flows have been so robust. That might stir up a little excitement, or at least scare the shorts. I take on risks so I can make a quick 500k and put it in divvy stacks and don't have to trade anymore. Yeah, how's that going for you? I mean, that's a smarter strategy for scaling, right? You're increasing your overall portfolio size, but you're not taking additional risk with the capital that you've earned. Right? Like trading is a way of accumulating capital, right? It's a way of you're growing capital by taking relatively high risk, high reward positions. If you keep compounding the capital you're growing, eventually the risky part of this will win and you will lose it all and have to start over again. So, with the additional capital that you earn from trading, you should be looking towards longer term investments. So that you can grow wealth. So, I have like 6 trading accounts, right? They all do kind of different things usually. I have like one for spreads, I have one for day trading, I have one for iron condors that are on like rolling on a cyclical basis. I have, like an account that I manage my VIX hedge in. Um I have accounts where I take swing trades. I have 2 of those. And all of them, like all of these have fixed limits, right? Like these accounts are not allowed to grow over a fixed capital limit. I I don't change. I very rarely increase the amount of capital in any of these accounts. They always stay relatively the same. I don't scale them. They're as scaled as I currently want them to be, right? And then any profits that any of these accounts earn in excess of their fixed cap is put into, things like treasuries, dividend stocks, growth in proportion. And then, usually growth I also sell covered calls on. So this is, just it's another form of dividend, right? This is like growth or high yield CCs. I don't take that money and pump it back into the accounts. And then, if I have a point of failure in my strategy at any point, right? I only lose one account, right? Which I could then replenish and continue my strategy. So far I've been pretty lucky in managing them that I haven't had to do that, but I'm taking on, very little overall risk. Like I fuck around on the stream because I'm bored, and I'll do shit like day trade $10,000 worth of SPX, but that's not the like overarching strategy that I'm using for everything. That's just me being bored and buying $10,000 worth of zero DTEs. Fuck off, AJ. High risk, same as high yield savings account. Well, no. But like everyone wants to get to that by repeatedly YOLOing one account over and over until they can have some like everyone thinks this is the path to becoming a trader, like 300% gains over like 3 times in a row, right? And sure, yeah, this can be done. And then you got a big fat account right here. The problem is that a lot of people actually do this very successfully. This part isn't hard. A lot of people are able to grow an account, very very rapidly to, 10x its starting value. It's not even that hard. You just have to be lucky and right a few times in a row. The biggest problem is people try to continue doing that, right? And then, eventually that fails and the whole account blows up and you're back here. Um the real way to grow an account is very very slowly over a long period of time. And then once you get out here, you can portion off an amount of money to take higher risk with, right? And then you can try to do that with that money. But this money stays safe. No one wants to do this because it takes like, oh my god, months. Where do you get funds to replenish the failed account? I mean, I live off of my profits, so not 100% of my profits aren't going to, um, like my long-term holdings. I would say like 85% of them do, but the rest doesn't. The rest, I deposit into my bank account and Yeah, I use it for like rent and bills and shit. And so if I have to replenish account, I'll do it from there. Most of my savings is in treasuries, but those are liquid. You don't pay rent and options contracts? No, although I'd love to. I just need to find a landlord who's a degenerate gambler and I can sell him covered calls. Just one more 10x play, and I promise I'll start doing that, I swear. That's what everyone says. I've been having a lot of success in small trades, making 10% or less for less than an hour holds. I'm worried this isn't a sustainable trading strategy. I mean, it is. It just doesn't scale well, right? So that's something you need to think about. How are you going to scale it up so that you can invest more capital and yield more profits? Will you share your reports on stream for us? No. Why? Gurk, the top is in. Mike Wilson just admitted he was wrong. Who? The ironic thing is that from the start of the stream, we did the slower method. We'd actually be in a position to do the better YOLOs. Yeah, well, actually, the irony is that everyone went from buying and holding a stock that admittedly they were losing money on to YOLOing shit all over the place. Have you ever danced on all fours? Maybe. Who asked that? Come on now, man. I mean, some of you guys have seen my accounts. I've definitely posted them in like general chat before. I just delete it. After 10 years, I finally succumbed and bought myself Crocs to wear around the house, and to the pool and grocery shopping. Crocs is so self aware, their purchase confirmation email says, "You have great taste." So you're long Crocs, I assume? Morgan Stanley advisor? He's the Morgan Stanley guy has been an Uber bear all last year. Interesting. You speak the truth. I've been buying at good prices for things like DVN and T and taking part in better risk management, and it's ultimately been building my account back up. Nice. Should I just ditch Siri at this point? It seems to be very dead. I mean, you can. It's up to you, right? The irony is that you can have a core portion of your portfolio generating income to YOLO without reducing the overall size of your port if they fail, but that's not as fun. Yeah, I know. That's what I was getting at. It isn't as fun, but it's far more successful. You think this pumps past 4560 in any meaningful way? Yeah, I think we're still a little ways away from it, but I do. We're getting close. I mean, I think they're going to push, um, in a meaningful way. I don't know if they'll be successful. I mean, they have failed the prior 5 attempts at filling that gap. Yeah, people were degenning hard in the 1920s. So much so that they bought the dip of every crash only to have it crash again. So it just like that's why everyone went broke was because it kept crashing. It didn't recover, right? To be fair, that was only the one time. And I think he was an idiot. I don't know if he was actually threatening me. That being said, am I winning now? 2.48. What? VIX is slowly doing a thing. My Siri puts I bought today are printing pretty good. Nice. Since 25 BPS is essentially a given, would the only bullish spin be that this would be the last rate increase? Hmm. Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, that's the bullish spin they're aiming for. Is that JPOW's gonna stop here? That it's gonna be a dovish increase, even though the Fed has projected that they're going to do at least 2 more. Yeah, core inflation is still untouched, but they don't want to talk about that. Also, oil's rising rapidly and is now additive to inflation, which means that the energy cost benefit that the Fed had been relying on for its disinflation is currently dead in the water. Have you adjusted your Upstart price targets after this spectacular run that I missed out on because all my shares were called away? No. I, I mean, I still think Upstart's likely to settle back in the like $20 range. Upstart will go down hard if there's a sustained period of downside in the market, or the credit crunch gets severe enough that um, quarterly estimates of lending practices dry up. So we're already seeing a credit crunch occurring, and banks are starting to pull back lending, but it's very slow. They're still trying to get out as many loans as they feasibly can before before they need to before they need to stop. And right now they're very incentivized to do it, right? Because interest rates are so high. But the demand for loans is dropping. The demand on credit is increasing, and slowly, very slowly, bank lending is contracting. So yeah, that's not good for Upstart, but it is coming later than expected. We would have been we would have expected the credit crunch to be, fully underway at this point, and instead it's about 6 months off. So, but that will have a big effect on them. How the heck have I not gotten a fill for Upstart 60-65 bear call spread at $2 net credit yet? I don't know. That's the wrong one. 60, 65? It could be that you're trying to sell the call in the money. Yeah, also, the ask on this is at like 186. Bids at 174. So I would say that's probably why you're not getting $2 on it. The 59.64 is a little closer to what you're targeting. Unless you're doing it on a different date. Are you trying to sell it further out? Like August 18 is just wide, but I mean your mid's still at like $1.85 there. Yeah, it's just not very liquid. Most of that interest in call options on upstarts, like the weekly. Siri below $5, kind of game over, or still waiting for T5? I'm still waiting for T5. I bought September calls for a reason. I think the 5-year note at 1 p.m. will have much impact today. Probably not. Third test of 45.65. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not really sure that this is broken out yet, but it's starting to. I think it's likely going to push up even more. $65 is resistance here, but there is sufficient call interest there that we should be able to move up to 45.70, 75. Do you have any thoughts on RTX after today's developments regarding issues with their jet engines and cash flows? No, I really haven't looked into them in a long time. Is New York City where you plan on retiring? I don't really plan on retiring. When Tesla dump though? Tesla's been dumping. Do you have any thoughts on RTX after today's developments? QQQ rejected. Hmm. I hadn't really followed the series squeeze, but saw that its fair value is apparently like 8 billion. Who still uses satellite radio in the age of Spotify, etc.? Old people. Lots and lots of old people. It also comes equipped standard in like every car. Listen, I'm not bullish on the fucking company at all. I just think that the current set situation presents an interesting opportunity. Nothing more. Will you stream forever? Probably not. 2 days of slow, awful grind up. I hate it. It's really nice when you buy calls and VIX doesn't get murdered in the process. Yeah, actually. Some of this may be sold calls pulling back a little at like the 65 level. I think that's what some of the volume is. Maybe sold calls that opened yesterday. At what point would you say I've won the game and take a vacation? Let's say, you can't. There's if you do that, then you end up losing. Benefit of theta is clear though. Yeah. If you couldn't trade anymore, how would you spend your time? I don't know. I'd probably just get a job. Series great for live talk and sports. I mean, they have a market. They have a lot of subscribers. What kind of runway will you give us when you decide to hang your boots? 6 months? No. It'll just be a surprise. One day I just won't be here. When is the next video for School of Stonks? I don't know. Stop streaming because he wants to get out of our Tesla bet. Magnanimous, there's nothing about that bet that I'm afraid of. At all. Not even a little. Gork, if banks are sound and resilient and the economy is bullish and tech companies beat super soft expectations and JPOW is devishly by Pooty Toot, why are you saying nonsense words today? Banks are sound and resilient. Economy is bullish, and tech companies beats. And JPOW is dovish by Pooty Toot. Why by Pooty Toot? If all of that is true, what are we going up on? I mean, obviously, in that situation, I'm not going to buy more puts, but you would still have to ask yourself, what more room is there? The good earnings and shit are already priced in for years. Don't you dare pull a Goodwill Hunting. Will Pigeon Whales get the Gherk exiting stream DD? Maybe. Alright, this is the good stuff. Don't fail the test again. I don't think Dork's gonna want to take on a job that pays less than his current one but requires even more time. I don't need to stay for 5 years for that, Magnanimous. I win the bet when Tesla goes to 100. That could happen in the next 6 months. Do we close the gap in futures yet? No, but we're getting very close to it. If they fill the gap, are they stopping there? Or will we still go up? I mean, potentially we could go up to like 75 if we fill the gap. We need to break 45.70 to the upside. Well, we need to get close to 45.70 to the upside, which I think is possible. See, there it is. Dork, did you see the gamma pick up on those calls? Woo! That was quick. See, doubling down on the calls was a good idea. Christine Lagarde's Moascot, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I keep signing up for new 3-month trials on Sirius every time I buy a movie ticket. I'm gonna double the cost of Dillionaires. Boom, problem solved. I've thought about this, and most of them would probably stay. Why don't you hire Dork to do stuff for you so he can just quit his job? I don't know. Then I have to pay more taxes. Rewind the tape. That wasn't the agreement. Yes, it was. We had price levels. SPX to 6,000 before downs. 2024 possible. Yeah, I don't think we're going to 6,000. That's insane. Did you see the GME report of Playboy? He's been obsessed with that for fucking like a year now. Yeah, my call is back to gray. Should I lock in profits here? I should probably set a stop. The gap is technically filled, right? Hmm. But all that call interest at 70 and 75. It's calling it, it's siren song. Would someone please buy 45.65 calls already? Not 1 hour ago. I wish I bought more than two. They worked out. They might work out a lot more here in a second. Ooh. Mm. Sorry, one sec. Yes. There we go. All right. Stopped out. The market makers are taunting me. Okay. That makes sense, I suppose. I don't think it's done pushing. I really want to buy a 75 put. Yeah, I want to lock in the profits from this. So, I mean, technically, so I sold it for 13.20 credit on $1,000 spread. Right, no, that's the wrong one. This one. I sold it for $6 credit on $1,000 spread. So above, yeah, if I buy a put now, I lock in the profitability on it. Although I suppose I could wait. If it goes above 70, then I can lock in the whole spread. So I'll make the full 6. So if I can buy a 45.70 for under $6, and then if it drops below 45.60, I'll make even more. So what it does is it uncaps the downside and locks in the profits. Thanks to the 40 bucks, nerds. Look at that, Dork. You doubled it. I had my stop too tight. Do you think it's worth re-entering calls or just get ready to fade the peak? I'd be cautious with calls. Top still look like 45.78. Yeah, for now. I'll see if any more out of the money interest is coming in. No, yeah, the top still looks like about, and 70 lost some support here. So 75 still looks kind of like the peak here. How does that work? So at all prices above 45.70 currently, I'm profitable, right? On the put spread. I make the full premium of $6. And so if I buy a 75 put here, then my position becomes at all prices above 470 to 75, I stay profitable, and then all prices below 475 are profitable. So if this drops and this is negated, this is the same, right? This goes up $6. But then if it keeps dropping below my long strike, I start to become profitable again down here. So if we close the day at like 45.55, I would end up with the $6 hedge plus $5 of premium. Although I guess I don't need to hedge the whole range. I could technically do 65. Oh, yeah. I could do a put at 65. Is this done? Like, are we gonna break down now? Probably. I can't buy a 70 put, right? So it has to be either 65 or 75. And I have to go 75. 75.55 for $8. So it's a $2 $2 cost to hedge 6. I don't know if they test 6. It might. Or I don't know if it's going to test 4570, but it might. I'd like it to. 7560? I can't do that either, right? I can do that. I could do 7560. Although, that's not really much cheaper. Yeah. Hmm. Is that more risk than just taking on 2 credit spreads here? Like if I sell 75.85, 70.85, that's 350. I can sell 6. Nah, I don't want to do that. 65.75 for $4. It's a similar effect. Hmm. What do you think, Doric? Credit spread or debit spread here? I could do either one. Credit spread, I guess I'm a little safer against flat, but I don't have any extra downside exposure. We haven't gone up a lot. I mean, yeah, but I don't know if we're going to go up anymore. The in the money call interest is falling off, and volume's not really picking up out of the money very much. Put volume's picking up at 470 though. And VIX is rising. I don't think any of this looks bullish. The credit spread is safer. Yeah, it is. I guess I could pick up the credit spread and then buy a 45.60. If I can sell it for 250, it's worth it. Call 70, 65, sell the 70. Oh, I can't sell it. I sell this 75. Oh, because I have a sold call at 65. That's why. Fuck me. All right, there. I did a debit spread, but I went half of the total spread. I also picked up like 800 on the double leveraged calls, so I think yeah, everything's locked in now. So I should get as long as we close below if we close below 45.57, yeah, I'm profitable everywhere. Well, this was a 350 cost versus the 75 put, which would have been $8. Like I would have had to pay all that intrinsic value, and I'm not selling any intrinsic value, right? So it seems better just to hedge because I got $6 credit on the put spread. It seems better just to get the 5. So I lock in the profit, like the profitable range of the put spread, right? So above, if we close above 70, or if we close above 66, that's locked in. And then if we close below 66, but well, below 65, so that leaves me at like a range of like $1 where I lose that $2 of premium. But I don't think that's bad. Especially because the payout from the long side's already locked. Because I just used a day trade on it. What the fuck is RC doing with our money? I don't know. I like to think that he sits at home with his little dog and just rubs it on his balls. He withdraws fresh bills from the bank, takes it home, rubs it on his balls in his Florida mansion, then deposits it, and then does it again the next quarter. The dog or the money? Both. JPM is out. S&P 500 rally is showing signs of a bubble. Sell-off is coming, end quote, JPM. Okay, interesting. That's like all of them, right? Almost. Who's still in? Who's fucked? Who's holding the bag? One of them's gonna have to. Is it Wells? B of A? I thought B of A was out. Credit Suisse isn't real anymore. No shit, SVB's out. I feel like it's easier to talk about who's still in at this point. I think it's just Morgan Stanley. Interesting. So if Siri squeezes, Morgan Stanley blows up and the market crashes? I like it. UBS just got fined for a bunch of Credit Suisse's mistakes, of course. Morgan Stanley would only blow up if Siri hit like 30 or higher. Okay. Well, what's your point? My point is secret peener. Where is it? You didn't send me anything. I was promised VUPs. Why are the bears dancing? But you got the VUPs. This it already happened. Why'd you miss it? Would it be a secret if I didn't hide it? You sneaky, sneaky boy. Wait, it's not in the secret Discord either. I'm starting to think there is no penis. Oh, you wouldn't. Hmm. I'm trying to find it. Isn't Siri 2+2 today? Yeah. I thought B of A had been pushing both ups and downs, like the departments were not communicating. Isn't Morgan Stanley Bank of America? Yeah. Well, sort of. Look on your shoulder. Any of you guys know Perry? Who? Are we gonna chop here for the rest of the day? That's possible. If they get it to 45.75, Dork, I'm selling in the money spreads. Just FYI. Why isn't VIX going down? Why is the market broken? What's up, Willie? Morgan Stanley isn't B of A. Merrill's B of A. Oh, yeah. B of A bought Merrill. Too many M's. They should change their names. Thoughts on QCOM going into tech earnings? Don't touch it? I'm single-handedly squeezing out the 45.80 shorts with my one call that I may or may not have double dipped on. You bought another one on the drop? You're so greedy. No one's gonna squeeze out the long calls here. Their momentum sucks. Greedy potato. I thought you took profits. You said thanks for the $40, nerds. Was this all a ruse so you could buy another one? Can we stop with the Siri liquidity questions? Liquidity on Siri has not improved. I opened 45.70, 45.75, bear call spreads. That's why we bounced so hard. If you don't open them in the money, you're not confusing the market maker. We're in spot up, vol up conditions. It sounds very twittery. Vol sellers are why we can't have nice things. That's true. Do you think weak guidance on earnings tonight can make tech dump like with Tesla earnings? Yeah. Absolutely. Microsoft better hit. They're worth $2 trillion right now. They're like 12% of the fucking SPX. My SPX is also guaranteed profits. It's a 4,000 put next weekly. Oh, Jesus. You better fucking hope J-Pow comes out on stage wearing a hawk suit. He didn't say it was bought or sold, Gurk. You think he's part of the problem? Why are VIX and SPX both moving up? It's a carnival ride. Chances we see 4,500 tomorrow? 4,520? That could happen. I'd prefer to see 4,520 today. Actually. Yeah. Yeah, it would. Oh, wait, I need to average this down. You can get sick on carnival rides. You think Google's gonna crush earnings? What is Google crushed earnings? I think Google will have moderate earnings, like they usually do. They could even miss on EPS. VIX is moving up because tomorrow is FOMC. If we start dumping, it will go up even more. No shit. That's really tough. You know, so think about this, right? I'm gonna give you guys an example. Because maybe this will help people uh kind of understand what we're talking about when we're talking about these like, why are you being a bitch? There we go. All right, so let me remove all these things, and then we'll start from scratch. Okay, let's fuck with this a little bit. All right, so say you're, you know, one of these zero DTE call buyers that's selling a lot of puts for leverage, right? And you're selling, you know, 45.25s and you're selling 4500s. Let's say you're even trying to moderate risk. Like this is like August 18. You know, these are September's. Well, let's see. These are August like 31s. They're selling 44.75s. These are September 15s, and then we're selling 44.50s, and these are yeah, let's go end of quarter, right? And you're selling let's link those and go. Say you're selling these in like blocks of 250 for a few days. You got like 5,000 OI at each strike. Okay. Now you've got the margin to sustain this, right? Obviously. Um and your max loss is huge, but you've picked up this like nice fat credit that you can buy zero DTs with. And you can use that to, you know, keep the market locked at a higher level and reduce vol. Now, if volatility starts to creep up, though, and you look, you know, at the money where we're currently trading, which this is not correct. Um, you know, say VIX moves up 1%. Now you've sold all of these at VIX between 12 to 13. So this is where you're at right now. At the money, you know, you're sitting on like an $11 million loss or 14%. You know, and VIX moves up to 15. Now you're at a 30% loss. Now the price starts dropping. And VIX moves up to 16. So you've gone down about 50 basis points. Now you're at a 63% loss. 17? 18? 19? 20? 21? Let's go to 25. See, that's the risk. Margin requirement would be much less for institutions as well, correct? Yeah, I mean, as long as VIX doesn't go up, right? Or Delta doesn't go down. So if the price stays up and VIX stays flat, they're safe. They don't have to make additional deposits. But if their implied risk is to rise, then they would have to. And they don't just have 20,000 sold puts. There's like 100,000 of them or more. That's what Gherkin meant when he said it could trigger an SLD type event. Yeah, which could then trigger a much, much steeper market correction. Because then they have to start selling the underlying of the index in order to make the liquidity deposit. And you can see how that would spiral out of control even faster. I missed today's upside due to work. Is there a play to the downside today? Are you expecting a bit of sell-off for FOMC or neutral positioning? I don't know how much downside there is. I really don't have any expectations for us to fall below like 45.50. Not that we can't. I just don't see that happening right now. If I see more of a in the money call pullback in this upper range, then maybe. And I still think there's greater than zero chance we see a test of 45.75. Although it is looking worse as we continue to fail to breach 45.70. How fast would the banks run for the exit? Well, I think a lot of them are already buying puts. Hence the VIX moving up. Will your FOMC SPX straddle be for 7/28 expiry? No, probably August 4th. Like tonight's overnight straddle will be for August 4th. Tomorrow's intraday straddle will expire tomorrow. Oh, that reminds me. I need to get rid of this garbage. Ooh, I have one share of Ford. It's not looking so good, Dork. But I can't sell this fucking 65s. I messed up here. I should have gone narrower on the call side of the spread. I should have had 60. Fuck. I could sell 6 of these. True or false? AJ sold me 70s. If it's true, you shouldn't be publicly broadcasting it. When big players are doing this on VIX itself, like you showed doing it on further dated index strikes so heavy, we can see VIX rise while the index is rising. Spot up, vol up, right? Well, I mean, yes, more the futures contract, but yeah. Don't you use July 31 versus August 4th for the straddle? It actually depends. Tonight, it will depend largely on how much liquidity is at the strike where we're going to close. You can do whatever you want, Cody. You getting upset about it not going to 45.75 gives me hope. I sold my spreads a bit too close this morning, it seems. Maybe. Are you opening spreads in the morning out of the money? That's very risky. You're gonna have, well, a moderately higher rate of failure if you do that. And I'm not sure the returns are worth it. It's better to sell them when they're closer to the money. In like the middle to latter part of the day. Also, liquidity is better. The opening liquidity on the out of the money strikes usually kind of sucks. You think we absolutely rip face overnight? No. Well, maybe, but no. I only bring up spot vol thing because so many people seem to believe it can't happen and don't get the conditions that make it happen and make a bad decision based on it happening. Yeah, they do, but that's because the negative correlation between price and volatility is not always true, right? Um, there's other things that affect the auction spread that VIX looks at besides just, fear increasing. But fear is increasing right now. Can I sell? I could sell 60, 70. Ooh. That's super risky though. Hmm. That's a nice premium. I'm not gonna get that premium though. 60, 70? Ah, that's just kind of fucking stupid, I think. What's your Gork as fuck range? Actually, I think if I sell the 60, 70, it closes it. Then my Gork as fuck range would be above 70. 70, 75 were pretty nice. I sold some 75 80s in my other account. This one I have to be a little more careful with. I can't just spam the mid and sell shitloads of calls on it. I actually have to get decent pricing. I also have like a complex web of like 12 spreads open right now. Sorry this was asked recently, but did Siri price action change anything much? No? I mean, it changed the price. The price is different. Although liquidity does look like to be running out, and the $5 puts are still not in the money. Hmm. Uh, yeah, I'm still worried about selling the 60. I guess I'm still profitable below 75.50 there. Maybe there's just no reason to be greedy. Just take the easier play. Let's see if we get a third bounce. Right now, the Gorka's fuck range is $1. And it's not, I'm not fucked. I just, my net for the day would be reduced by $1.50. If Upstart ever goes down again, will be fast drop or slow grind. Um, Slow grind unless the indexes are moving. Friday open bell for Siri T5, correct? Let me think. Okay, so from the run, T2 was yesterday. T3 is today. T5 is Thursday. And then T3 from OPEX is tomorrow. T5 from OPEX is Friday. I remember you told us that you were or preferred selling spreads in the morning and closing by noon. I guess that's why some people are doing so. Yeah, but not. Well, I haven't been doing it right now because we're in so range bound, and like moves are volatile, right? There's not like enough. There's not enough intraday like variance and price action. Um, so I was doing that when we were trading like up and down 50 BPS a day. Lately I've been scaling it back because we've been super flat. It's not terrible, but it is risky, especially if you oversell the strike, which it sounds like they did in the example given. So if you're unable to hedge it, you create a lot of risk. Do you think there's a lot of huge radio lovers that will buy Siri when it runs to save the company from shorts, then form a cult to DRS and hold the stock 4 years until it's worthless again because it's a terrible company? Oh, I hope not. Newport knew me. I hope not. Downside resistances on Fuberto 236 and 2 what's the other one? 223, I believe. 237, 223. Thoughts on Philippines upsetting New Zealand? That doesn't seem like it's important. How likely is it that we see a test for 4560? Um Decent. Yeah, but if you so here's the problem with synthetic shorting. It always comes back to bite you in the ass. This is why it's synthetic shorts and long shorts aren't necessarily allied in their goals. You mentioned that TA is good for illiquid stocks. No, for liquid stocks. Illiquid stocks are highly volatile. Volatility is the enemy of technical analysis. Since today you're expecting the price to go up, you would sell a bull put spread at open and close around the midday. Then you open a bear call spread closer to the money when a top is made. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. Where are you getting those resistance levels on Fubo? From my chart. I sold 45.75 when we tested and failed 45.65 the second time this AM. So back here. Okay. Yeah, maybe a little early. You sold 75? So you're selling 75.80s? Oh, that's not that bad. I thought you were way closer to the money. What do you got, Dork? Fuck is this? $1,000 margin. I don't think I can open that. Can I? I can buy the call. I can't buy the put. Or I can't. Well, actually, I could sell the put. Hmm. No, I have the margin. I'm just yeah, actually I could I think I could open it. Am I short a put at 60? No. Yeah, it's not terrible. What in the fuck were the last 10 candles on the ES 1 minute? I don't know. I don't really look at the 1 minute on it. Let me check. Resistance. 45.95. So it's like bulls want to test 4,600 on ES. Seems like there might be someone else that doesn't want that, but the gap is filled, so we don't have to think about that anymore. When was the last time we tested 4,600? Last Wednesday? And we did that with a shitload of momentum. This doesn't look super great for the test. How far is it likely we can drop if we break down through the lower trend for the day? I think support at 45.60. If we were to fail that, support at 45.50. So yeah, if this does break down and this is our top, I would say that this here, I'll mark the range. This is the range we could close in, roughly. Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna be able to sell them. I want to sell 70.75s. And then I want 250 for them. And I'm gonna sell 3, 4, 4. I can just put the order in now, and then if we bounce, I get the fill. If we fail, I don't. Yeah, but I kind of want to sell them either way. Son of a bitch. I can sell 2 at 190, and then 2 if we cross. Huh. It just looks like a shit sandwich, and like we're not going to cross 45.70. What the absolute fuck? Future volume did a weird thing just now. 1236. Flat, MOASS. Say woohoo, my profits are going up. I say woohoo, my losses are going down. We're not the same. That whole orphaned island of logs up there from 4600 last week are probably all draining out with every little whiff of ES. 45, 95, 96 here. Yeah. I figured they were trapped, but I thought they were trapped closer to 45.95. And that they would start exiting on the gap fill. I didn't think they would hope to get a test of 4600. I haven't had much time to do anything other than read your daily Reddit posts lately. Do you mind giving a quick TLDR for Siri? Yeah, sure. It ran up a bunch and blew out the puts on the call chain. There's a big short position on it due to an arbitrage play with Liberty Media's holdings. And so the market maker has yet to price up the out of the money calls, despite many of them going actually in the money. Right now, I think they're trying to net off as much exposure as they feasibly can before they need to get more liquidity. Like the pump got them some, but they need a lot more, and they need to back out of their arbitrage play. So I think there's a chance it could run. It's a small chance, but an interesting situation. So I got a little bit of exposure to it, not a lot. I'm like, I think my total exposure is like $6,000, maybe. I'm kind of just more interested in the dynamics of it and watching the liquidity profiles and seeing how they move the money around. And I'm actually more interested in seeing how they get out of it than winning on it. But if I do win on it, cool. Is there a time frame within the T5? Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the whole period, right? You have T2 from the run, T2 from OPEX, T3 from the run, T3 from OPEX, and T5 and from the run and OPEX. which is pretty much this entire week. I'm gonna remain exposed. I will once again caution that the only people who get involved in massive arbitrage plays like that are big banks, and they are usually more than liquid enough to back themselves out of the position. However, in backing themselves out of the position, they could still trigger a run. So, is Charmadillo gonna crush this if we grind here into close? Yeah, I think if the 70 and 75 strikes fail to get into the money, we're gonna start to slip into the end of the day. Uh, Here's what I'll do. I'll sell 3 here. See if I can get the 90 fill. $80? $80 sucks. I really don't want 80. They got VIX back below 14 again. Maybe I wait then. See if they try to pump. Because this would be when they try, right? A little? Possibly. NQ. Okay, all the indices are up a little. Fix futures down 15.2. Dixie's down. BTC's recovering a little bit, but still below resistance. Gold and silver up again. Wheat limit up stopped again. Oil's up 100 BPS. Fuck. Where do I have calls open? I need to write this down. 455. 55. Negative at 55. Positive at 65. So I could sell 60s, 70s, and 75s and 50s. Okay. Well, either my patience pays off here, or I miss the opportunity. But I guess I don't really care either way. Thanks, full ported Siri weeklies. Of course. Charmadillo is gonna crush this if we grind here into close. They putting the bat signal up on the chart? This doesn't look very bullish. I mean, not even technically. I'm drinking a cherry Sprite. I would not recommend. I need to stop rolling the dice on obscure beverages every time I go to Walgreens. I didn't even know they made cherry Sprite. You know, if you buy a bottle of grenadine, everything you drink could be cherry flavored. It's hard to tell how it'll play out. I mean, I kind of have an idea of how it will play out, but I'm just not sure what range it's going to play out in, right? Where do you see oil going here? Is this just a summer spike or longer term bullishness? I mean, it still hasn't hit my price target for the summer spike, but I mean, OPEC's reduced production, and they're probably going to continue to reduce production until oil price gets to the, 80 to 85 a barrel that they want to hold it at, or 90 or 100. Just noticed Snow ran cross risk. Is the play over or still a chance to come back? Still a chance to come back. But be wary of earnings tonight, right? Like tech earnings, maybe even Meta's earnings could have a pretty big effect on it. So I'm not going to re-enter right away. I probably should have. That's the one I didn't take profits on yesterday, and I probably should have. Gherk, I might have to bid the pickle jar farewell. Why? What happened, Poopy Pants? Grenadine is pomegranate, you pleb. Not only the real stuff. Most grenadine's just maraschino cherry juice in a bottle. How will this play out? Well, we either get rejected off 45.70 again, and we keep chopping until their positions get weak enough that they begin to fail. Or we actually test 45.75 and then the calls rug pull themselves. Nothing bad. I just applied for a director type job, trying to get out of the sales hustle and just be more of a company man. Yeah. So you're going to be out of the pickle jar for 2 weeks, so you get to set up in your office. Fair enough. Ooh, then you could do what all the pigeon whales do and get paid at work while watching the stream all day. Ooh, wait, hold on. This is my chance. My one shot / opportunity. No, fuck, I almost bought those. So 250 limit. Yep. Cool. UPS isn't going to strike. SPX cleared to rip to 5K. Yeah, I don't think anybody was worried about that. Mr. Poopy Pants is the catalyst. I already looked at the new company's compliance, and I can still trade 0 DTs on major indices. Well, I hope you get the job, man. I have a director job. Run far away from it. Interesting. I just opened a debit spread. Are you in finance too, Claw Range? I thought you did something else. I just opened a debit spread 45, 65, 60p, but now I'm thinking I should have waited like 10 minutes. I did say that previously. That's what I do to do I get an honorary Pigeon Wheel membership? Did it get lost in the mail? No. No, that's not how that works. Thank God I hedged my bear put spreads with a call. Smart. Are we expecting a call side sell off? Well, we'll see if we test 45.75. I was a finance director for a few years. Not all bad. I didn't hedge enough as per usual, but at least I have some calls. Well, I mean, at least you hedged. Thoughts on GIS? Hmm. Yeah, for consumer staples, they're not doing very well. Good. That's what they deserve for making the Lara bar, Lionzilla. The bounce here looks to have failed. Could retest 74. Might go lower. They have earnings in a couple weeks. Some of this seems to be propagated by the dividend sell-off. The rest of it seems to be moderately unfounded. Maybe people are afraid it's like a value trap. Yeah. Their margins aren't really improving much over the last 3 quarters. They're still trading at a very, very decent multiple. If they beat on cash flows, though, I could see them moving back up. I don't know a lot more about the current situation for the company, but cursory analysis. Mm. 60 and 65 profit taking. Let's see here. Some 45.80 interest. Yes is yes tested 4600 here. That's the test. Right? Yep. I think it fails there now. Ooh, I sold one more at 250. Nice. Cool. Gork, the 4580 are getting pinched. What, the sold calls? Yeah, I think they're fine. Volume spiked. That might just be people selling even more of them, right? I made another $30. Fuck, nice, dude. I oversee U.S. manufacturing, not all of it, but some of it. People saying run from six-figure director role could never cold call physicians to sell disability insurance, and it shows. That might be true. Oh yeah, you're not even like directly in finance. You're at an insurance company, right? So can this hunk of shit fail already? Uh, it kind of can now, yeah. Although that's a lot of pressure on VIX they got going there. If ups keep going, my Jan 24 590s might print. Ooh. So we're going up to 4,600. JPOW comes out at 0.25, and the market crashes all the way back to 4,550. Is VIX getting creamed? Are we about to rip? VIX has stopped getting creamed, but it did get creamed for most of this run up. We're actually now at an important resistance on futures. So we'll see if futures is able to carry through. I mean, we still have potential to move up to like 45.75. Although I think we're probably getting more call selling here than we are anything else. Sold the call on my straddle. I hope to correct and close the put later today. Thanks for the info. Nice, dude. Good job. I mean, I manage a decent sized port, but it's done at an insurance company, so yeah, it could be easier. Yeah, that doesn't sound as much fun. You think we could revisit 4550 today? I also see, yeah, at Fish this weekend. I don't go to Fish concerts. Is J-Pow gonna be there? Hmm. Upstart dropping this week? Mm, hold on, I haven't looked at it today. Well, I did earlier, but what's it at? 63. Let me see what's going on with its options. So it's right at Gamma Max right now, I think. Gamma Max is at 65. It's a little under Gamma Max still. So it's got a little bit more room to the upside. And let's see. Yeah, the majority of calls kind of top out at 65 for this Friday's expiration. There's some at 70, although I feel like that's kind of out of reach. At least right now. More weeklies could pick up there into tomorrow, but that would also mean that you need a continuation from the indices. There's a lot of put buying at 60. I don't think the put sweeps are blown up because they're all at 60 and 65 and they don't look like they're falling off. Yeah, Gamma's pretty blown out here at 63. 65 would be the peak though, I think. Yeah, I know about the red candles. I told you. I told you they were coming, dork. Do you have a top today? I mean, yeah, like, well, back there. 15 more bucks in the bag, baby. Soon you're gonna be able to afford an at the money put. Why are zero GTE QQQs more expensive today? FOMC tomorrow. Also, the vol index for QQQ is higher than VIX. V Queen. It's like double what I've been getting from behind the dumpster. Nice. SVX to 4,500 by next Friday. I'd like it to get there sooner than that. Do you have weeklies on Siri? No, I have like September calls. Oh, hey, look at SPX. Is this the SLD we've been waiting for? No, SLD ended Monday. You know this. Oh, sarcasm. Spreads tomorrow are likely a bad idea with FOMC, right? I mean, not necessarily, but they could be. It's probably not good to sell them going into it, but after it could be very good. I can't wait for those huge red candles that you have to scroll down on the chart like you're blowing by a disclosure on DocuSign HELOC contract. How about 4,500 end of day? That's also probably not going to happen. Damn, that was a big future sell-off. Chance of JPOW doing a 0.5 hike greater than 50%? I would say less than 5%. I just need a top of 45.65. Do you think we could do it? Yeah. I mean, I mean, technically we could fall all the way back to like 45.50. I almost opened a bear put spread right before the drop and missed it. Why the fuck would you open a bear put spread at the top? Jackson Hole, the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium is in September. Why do markets continue to melt up? I mean, we're just at like the same price we were 2 weeks ago. We haven't gone up a lot recently. We're just back up from where we dropped from. Hmm. 6 days ago? Yeah. Are you on the aluminium hype at the minute? No. UPS reached a deal, strike averted. Is that worth playing? Uh, I mean, no, probably not. I feel like if it was worth playing, you've probably already missed it because you're telling me about it and you're not an algorithm. Uh, hmm. FedEx pilots are likely to reopen negotiations after rejecting a tentative contract deal. Uh, I'm not seeing any news that a deal was reached, just that they're moving to offer a new one. Are we sure a deal has been reached and the strike is averted, or they're making an offer and saying that that offer will avert the strike? We're all bots, so we are algorithms. Hmm. Was that the VIX minute chart? No, that's UPS. That's VIX. But they're actually not that dissimilar. Why is it so dangerous above VIX 14? Why can't we just be free from the shackles? Teamsters said a tentative deal was reached. Okay. Did you just say aluminium? Like how a British person pronounces it? Maybe? I don't know. If I did, it was unintentional. The big future sell did nothing to discourage the bulls, apparently. Same people. Maybe that's it for chop longs, or maybe that was the stop run liquidity grab to overcome 4,600 finally. Well, we'll find out soon. I have a feeling that there might be more positions that still need to sell off. Upstart's moving up. Are you still in that? I mean, yes, but not directly anymore. I'm out of my shares a little while ago. Well, I guess last week. I still have some open covered calls, but not many for August. But those will probably get assigned too. My 5, 8, 18 Siri puts I got this morning are up over 60%. Nice. 13 of the last 15-minute ES candles, all green and climbing. Yep. If you held literal bushels of wheat, would you hold or sell right now? Do you have literal bushels of wheat? I mean, this is the kind of thing everyone holding bushels of wheat dreams of. Hmm. I do. I'm currently playing Settlers of Catan. Okay. 14K vol sell off on ES. Volume sell off in ES. Less than half of that gets us back where we started. Jesus fucking Christ. Fail already? I think they still have more positioning to extract. Double top then drop? Maybe. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of call interest picking up out of the money still, so. still seems to be mostly around 45.75, and there's also some profit taking on in the money calls at like a little bit at 70 and a little bit at 65. Not a lot yet, but it's happening. Hmm. 45.45 for the 18th. 45.60 today with 50. Some interest at 50. It's interesting. Put interest is picking up a little bit. From like 75 to 50. Yeah, I still think our downside support here is 45.50. All right. What's up with Siri? Just on a downfall? Yeah, I mean, it's being very heavily shorted. But some people are closing calls on it too. Position extraction seem like last banks to get out before JPOW. We'll see. I'm not sure how to say this, but one thing has led to another, and I cannot make the white anymore without playing Ding Ding. The day is done on an audio loop. Huh. Sort of, this is like Pavlovian now. I don't know how you fix that. Do you want me to say Ding Ding? What do you think about shorting Carvana? Like long term, probably not a terrible idea. Risky because of volatility shorts, but if you can hold it for a long period of time, then it doesn't seem like a bad choice. I didn't say you couldn't buy kilts. Oh god, yes, I made. Gross. By the way, all non-American world call it aluminium, not just Britain. Aluminio, 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 and Spanish, aluminium in German, etc. Okay. Aluminio. Hmm. Are you expecting ups or downs tomorrow? We have the FOMC meeting tomorrow. We're expecting both. Are they after GM on SPX again? No, I don't think so. Are they after their 45.75 calls? Probably. Look how fucked up the VIX chart is right now. Yeah, I know, I see it. Now they can sell off a bunch again without spiking VIX above 14. I wonder if there's like a guy in Kenny's office who just gets beat every time VIX goes above 14. Like they keep him in a little room. Everybody just comes in and beats him. If VIX, like, for the entire duration of VIX above 14 until he gets it back under control. I think it'll be easy to poach talent when the time comes, Dork. We'll just be like, we won't lock you in a room and beat you. New internship position available. VIX Thrall. Is Siri dead? Probably. They press F5 to drop the VIX. Gherk, he for sure gets beaten at 1398. Well, that's when they start coming in the room and menacing him, right? His name is Todd, and they don't know he's into it. He gets socks and is freed when VIX hits 52-week lows. He sits on a giant bug zapper with the voltage tied directly to the VIX. Yeah, that sounds extremely unpleasant. The volume here is terrible. $46.02, NQ 15.7. Dixie's back up again. Oil's still up. I think wheat limit upped for the day again. Someone's buying the fuck out of the 2-year. Huh. How about the rejects that started to like getting beat for VIX overperformance and thus had to be replaced? Where do they go after? Wells Fargo? Maybe. Syria has such a big shares outstanding. 3.87 billion float and 637 million. And short interest percent of float is 33%. So free float is 426 million. Yeah, I know. It's very liquid. And yet, they can't seem to find any liquidity except through ETFs. They've also jacked up the borrow rate a bit. Big FTDs due on Fubo tomorrow. 1.8 million. That's not very big. Was busy all morning. I saw the new buy rating from BTIG on Upsquart to 72. Is this a wait and see how much call interest picks up now? I mean, the call interest is there. It's at 65 and 70. There's not really any at 72. But it's also very close to Gamma Max. No liquidity here. When do we fall to a lower level to sell off more? Well, we'll see. I mean, I'd imagine we're going to see more like big block orders like that if we're going to see continued sell-offs at these prices. Future support, probably not at 46. I'm probably still back at 45.90. Yeah, maybe soon. Oh, it's starting to go. They had 19 million on FTDs. This is an FTD squeeze. Yeah, I know. I sent Gaff the chart and shit already. We were busy all morning. I saw the new buy ratings from BTIG and Upsquart. They have plenty of creation redemption to try and cover. Yep. Yeah, I'm still waiting for like T3 and 5. I bought like September calls on it, so I got some time. Any rough timing on when this breaks up? If you have the magic to do that right now, I don't think it's gonna break up more. I think this is largely to save positions that were stuck up here. But that could mean that we drag out at this price for a little while longer. My laptop's winding up. Market vol incoming. Are you sure you just didn't leave the OnlyFans stream open on the other tab? Again? I know the chances is almost zero, but how mad would you be if JPOW paused tomorrow? I'd be pretty pissed. I mean, I guess I don't really care what he does tomorrow, but he'd really be fucking the economy long term if he keeps that up. Didn't ask me why I have several videos playing at once. I don't think the bag offloading is quite done yet. I could sell one more of these. Although I don't think I'm going to get 3 for it. Well, maybe I will. Oh, shit. Not breaking 45.75. Super bearish. Well, there's really nothing above 45.75 right now. So, I mean, it's either super bearish or they're waiting to reposition higher. So far, they haven't done that. My pooty toots are bleeding. We've had this conversation before. Sorry we already talked about this, but what do you think of Microsoft earnings? What about them? I mean, I don't think anything about them. I think their year-over-year revenues are still going to suck. They can still beat like fairly soft analyst expectations. They may reduce guidance. They may not. Most of the subsequent price action will probably be based on whether they do that or they don't. Time for Upstart 300 weeklies. Good luck. Is there a 0.25 hike where the market still rockets up? Do you expect to see some good amount of call positioning come in above the current price today or tomorrow? No, not really. I don't think things are getting like more bullish here. At least not right now. That could change tomorrow, but it's not going to change until the Fed gives its guidance, right? The VIX chart is hilarious. It's kind of funny. Still. Uh, was that it? Was that the... This is it? This is gonna be the thing? I just bought Siri calls. It's time. Let me see what liquidities looks like. Mm. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Looks like there's a little covering going on the Vanguard ETF. Let's see how that shakes out. How successful have you been with trying to spoof the bid, buy to open on options contracts? I mean, I don't have anything that would effectively spoof the bid. Are you talking about just like market open? Sometimes you can get a fill. Pretty rarely, but occasionally. No, I didn't say double down. Pyrex76. What's up, man? I see you've changed your name. You shouldn't let peer pressure get to you. My expectation is a 0.25 hike and nothing from JPOW to move the needle until Jackson Hole. Does the market chop till then? Why'd you time him out, Dork? Oh, here goes the VIX again. SPY is diverging? Good. Ugh. Too much borosilicate glass up in here? Up in where? Why does JPOW drill me a new hole every year at Jackson's Hole? I don't know. Imagine how it must be for Jackson. It seems like only yesterday that JPOW was at Jackson Hole, losing a bet that he couldn't say Volker 100 times in one speech. All right, so this is gonna break down, but they're gonna try to keep VIX from climbing. This is fucking stupid. Is this gonna be the rest of the day? VIX can't go up, so price can't go down. If you're not lazy and have fingers, you can type pi out with 6 easy characters. Visit www to type out 6 characters.org. This seems like a pointless hill to die on, Fluffy. I'm gonna choose the greater good over Pyrex 77. And this new person, Pi Fluffiosa. That makes it an even more fun hill to die on. I code for a living. Tab shortcuts are my life. Just because you want to be a troglodyte Luddite motherfucker who only types shit out like your boomer grandma, be my guest, but I'm mad. Fucking mod drama? Are there Fluffiosa clones running around? Do we need to summon Donald Dino Pumperino to save us? Greater Good is teaching people that they can't figure out how to properly tag the streamer. They probably shouldn't be trading stocks. Well, that's not going to stop them from trading stocks. On a serious note, typing at pi dash before tabbing is half decent until someone named PiFi comes along. Well, I'll ban that. Let me be very clear. If you change your name to PiFi, I will ban you immediately. This is such a droll influencer stream chat. Why do I do this with my days? Just ban everyone already? I'm this close to modding JFresh. This is Girk's fault for not calling the channel Pickle Financial in the first place and trying to be edgy with the dash. It was called Pickle Financial, and then it was changed to the edgy name with the dash because Average Joe made the cool logo for it. I found spiders in the grapes that I'm feeding to my wife, and using your voice to break the news to her as I wait for her reaction. Are you feeding your wife grapes by hand? Remove the spider. Also, never mind. I'm not going to judge you, but let's rename the channel X. Okay, I'm not dealing with All right. Is the drama done? Have we moved beyond both complaining about and or discriminating against people with PI in their name? Now, Pyrex is a long-standing member of this community. He does not need to change his name or be banned. Dork, you're right. It's fucking annoying. Fluffy, you're also right. But if we were not inclusive of the mentally challenged, there wouldn't be anybody here. So, put it to rest. My wife had no reaction to the bad news that you delivered to her. I mean, if someone's feeding you grapes, what are you going to complain about? I sent you a DM of the billionaires that suffered during the J freshening. Okay, I mean, Mr. Poopy Pants is right. But I told Dork I wouldn't shit on the things he loves for 30 more days, so. Siri had another 10,000 5-strike puts roll in before lunch. Cool. Make the market behave. Just wait it out. It'll do things eventually. Or it won't, and that's okay too. You missed it. There were 3 red candles on the 5-minute. Hmm. It's doing that thing where, like, it doesn't want to give up, but it's failing. You know what I mean? Like, the slip has already begun. It's just happening in slow motion. I don't like that. The mods have taken us hostage. Please send help. Well, timeout's only like 300 seconds. Yeah, JC's been slacking on his duties lately. I'm glad that finally came to a head and we can move past it now. Right? That's what I thought. Okay, well, if Pyrex76 shows his face in chat again, I'll ban him, but Pyrex77 can stay. Pyrex76 is probably just bipolar bear. Seriously, guys, this is seriously me. Gherk, unban 1 second guy. Maybe everyone else. I'm really serious. No one's banned. Right? You didn't ban anyone, did you? Guys? Guys? Okay. 2 years of this? You gotta be kidding me? Clearly, we all need a hobby. Bro. Good job keeping the faith all this time. The transition from meme stocks to understanding markets has been great. Cheers. Thanks, Willie. Am I the chosen, or have the mods muted me? Just came back. Why are we dropping? Well, we're not, really. Can this piece of shit close up here? Good, yeah. If you need to make a yearly donation for mental health awareness, I'm willing to accept mod power. I don't need another one of you. God damn it, AJ, learn to read the room, man. I just got that same kick-ass giant mug from Costco. It's awesome. I love Costco. You know what kind of blows my mind sometimes? During the COVID crash, Costco was at like 186. Sorry, 286. Imagine if people bought shares of a retailer where they actually shop. What's the reason for keeping VIX under 14? Vega. And margin. Too bad I was regarded and bought Snap. Can you re-explain the Costco strategy? No. It's bad enough AJ's going to do it next time. Ruin the trade for me. Jork, I think that might beg the question, why was Snap on the dartboard? Is VIX 14 the actual critical margin line? They're fucking acting like it is. The SPX is bitter. The zero DTEs have lost their glitter. And it's all because our PiFi got away. What? I'm right here. Because it was a pandemic, and I was like, well, everybody's going to get super addicted to social media, and then bought it. Imagine if you just thought to yourself, man, everyone's going to get really addicted to physical copies of video games. Who's buying the TikTok IPO? I'm not. Jesus Christ, the 4580s are glued to $1. Best price to sell them at, right? I mean, we've still got like 30 minutes before anything interesting happens. futures is completing its tiny head and shoulders right now. Looks like shorts won on Siri, unless it bounces. Doesn't look likely. Chances market volatility leads to positive price action on Siri later in the week. It's possible. Sometimes I forget how effective shorting is psychologically. And then people like Skier for Life come and remind me. Is Siri done? If you want it to be. I need Gherk to react to the TikTok NPC trend. Wait, what is this? Why are they shaking keys? Is this like a real thing? The infantilization of an entire generation, and no one can stop it. Why would they want to? So, like a real life puppet? Sometimes I want to put a smartass comment, but I'm scared it'll take me seriously because everyone else actually does it. So, Siri green candle, full port time. Hmm. Hold on. I need to watch this for research purposes. Hmm, huh. Thanks, Fluffy. I needed that last little bit of respect I had for people destroyed. Check out Siri January chain. What's going on? Oops, hold on. It's a lot of in the money puts. Are they still pumping SPX? Mm, hold on. Yeah, all of the call interest is still at 45.75, so I'm not super concerned just yet. I don't think any longer dated interest at 45.80, but I'll double check. Yeah, 80 is still pretty weak. Probably trying to close out the 45.75, so just more stagnation once we get up here. Or futures is trying to push for a double top. Is futures volume's picking up? I'm not sure how sustainable that's going to be. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see if out of the money call buying comes in. We're almost at the top of the expected range, though. Gaps filled, so I can close that. Very close to the top. SPX doing the wrong thing. Bronx Tales or Goodfellas? Bronx Tale. I mean, it's a better movie. Why did SPX/SPX do Turbo Boost NO2? I don't know. Jan 6 calls are 50 cents with 0.38 delta. It's ridiculous. The options chain is a little bit mispriced. So the option MM knows something we don't, or just crushing IV from the run, or trying to hedge the upside. Is the pump done? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. The volume's really low. It's hard to tell. I don't see more 45.80s coming in, so probably. We'll see how much capitulation occurs at the 75 strike. I sold right before that pop off. My price target was 45.7750. Well, if you'd waited a second longer, you would have realized it. But that happens. Let's just let the Bulls carry us to 5,000 at this point. I mean, why not? I kind of agree. $460. That's not quite 5. It's 480. Mm, mm, mm. All right. I'm glad Ray Liotta isn't here to hear such heresy. Let's. I think they're gunning for a double top. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I don't know how many. I only looked at like the 4,600 level on futures, and there were some positions that got stranded there, but I don't really know if there's a lot of positions above that that got stranded on the last run. I can go full bull if you want to see the market go down. All we have to do is convince Wall Street bets SPX is squeezing and it'll crash, right? I'm tired, Girk. You said. Kenny coming to save his boys trapped at 4,800. Who's trapped at 4,800? I think Vix is between the volleyball girl's thighs. Engaging full bull, cutting puts, loading calls. Everyone else buy your puts. I'm a fixin' to buy 100 0 DTE 4570s, so SPX will probably pump more. That sounds about right. I had too many hot peppers last night, and my tummy was not nummy. I had some nasty tootie poots. Are you practicing baby talk? Ooh. Is it working? Hmm. I miss VUPs like I miss my hairline. Without VIX rising, do you think there is still downside? What, today? Yeah, I mean, I think this can break down into the end of the day still. My spy puts are screaming in agony somewhere. I don't remember where I put them. What's SPX Gamma Max? Oh, like 63 something. 40, 46 something, 4630. 4647. They must be beating that VIX guy pretty hard. Not yet. 1398. We already determined that earlier. Fall back to 4570. I think we can slip lower than that. What's SPX gamma neutral? 4450. Ugh. Futures still hasn't retested its high. What a spread. It's pretty wide. Well, gamma neutral's been moving up a bit. Upstart hit gamma max? Oh, okay. Yeah, NQ's up like 100 BPS today, so I'm not surprised. How did Nvidia do? Did it bounce back? Oh, it did. Did I get stopped out? Okay. Eh. Wow, that sucked. So is this one of those days where I took decent profits for the day and I sit here going, if I held, I would have gained more? But the issue is that I did hold before and lost all those gains. Yeah, that's really not a great way of thinking about it. Just be happy that you made money and move on. Are lower level calls selling off here? The 50s sold off a bunch, and the 60s to some degree. Yeah, the 65 and 70 are still pretty solid. I would say on a slip under 75, we're probably not going to go below 60. Although there is a lot of put volume to the downside now, and it's kind of increasing. Call volume still kind of tops out at 80, but the majority of interest is still at 75. Give me one sec. Check DM. What is it? Ooh. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It might be. Hold on though. I want to see if like longer dated positioning is coming into the upside. I gotta close my laptop. I made money today, and anytime I do that and close out my position, I FOMO into 30 minutes to expiration and lose my gains and then some. Okay. Yeah, so do that then. Being a bear when your mom hit her 52-week high was a special feeling. Okay. Hit me up later. We'll talk about it. It's turning out really cool. Which? Oh, I've seen that before. See you tomorrow morning, guys. Later, man. Siri going below 5. Could price action kick off due to closing of those puts? Or what date do those expire? There's $5 like puts at every expiration. And a lot of them at the leaps in September, so I don't think they're gonna just up and capitulate very quickly. Getting those unburied, those on the $4 puts is pretty important. They opened the beta on Monday. Someone DM me this already, I think. There's brokers that have this too, right? But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of this already. Unless it has something more in depth besides just like Gamma, Vana, Charm, Delta. Anybody talking flyer on 4575p? Taking a flyer on 4575p, 90 minutes to expiry. No. Although I could. No, I don't need to. I don't need. I think I've got enough downside exposure with the spreads. Buying QQQ calls now. GG market. 4,600 end of day. No, I don't think so. My one DTE spy puts are about 40% underwater. Would you take the loss today? Or would you hold to see what happens tomorrow? I probably wouldn't have one DTE spy puts still. I mean, it's up to you. You can see what happens today. I don't know what strike or anything you're at, so I have no idea. Look at the amount of 6C September 15. I know. I've looked at the options chain. If tech earnings are good, the spy puts are gone. Yeah, but if they're not, I bought some Dish based off a zero evidence Reddit post. I'm super good at this game. Oh no. Pack CW halted down. Huh. Fun. How's the straddle looking tonight? Call favored or 50-50? I'm still like 1 to 2. Actually, with FOMC, I might go 50-50. Let's see where we close. If we close above like 45-75, I'm not going 50-50. One sec. Alright. Ooh, bank tanked a bit. Well, yeah, I'd imagine if PacWest halted down. Bank of California is considering buying PacWest. Any thoughts about series chart? Is this what you were imagining, predicting? It's in line with expectations. Federal Reserve put the banks are fine. They're completely stable. Not an area of concern. 0.05 tomorrow. Bank of California in talks to buy PacWest. I saw that. You said that. I'm at the point where I wouldn't care if the market crashed into another depression. Hashtag bitter. Okay. Well, depression would be bad. Chairman of the Federal Reserve, how do you think the market will cope with the big three earnings of Fubo, DVN, and BTU all in the space of 8 days? DVN's earnings probably aren't going to be very good. I mean, Fubo, I just expect them to meet expectations. And then BTU's just, we see how much cash they made this quarter. Hey, Greg, can you look at Zim? It's a big pile of shit. Looks like good numbers on it. They're not. Love your thoughts. Thanks for all you do. You have them, no problem. These young sprouts don't know what the depression was like. I was there. It was awful. Wait, were you really? Yeah, Wall's taking a hit too. I don't know. Dumpy's expected for DVN earnings there. Then covered calls okay. I don't think their earnings matter nearly as much as the price of oil. Are they taking profits on lower positions? They have been all day, but not a lot. I mean, there's still stability to the downside. Ooh, 80 and 85 call interest picked up. That's weird. Is that just sold? That might be sold. Uh-oh. That guy's 1 penny away from getting beat again. No, that'd make me like 100. I don't know, man. Maybe you're just tech savvy. Trying to gamble away your grandchildren's inheritance. VIX moved up on sold calls pulling back or put buying. How the fuck would I know? It just happened. Does it look like Fubo might finally break 250? That's kind of my expectation. I mean, I expect it to go down to like 230, 223-ish. Maybe sub 2. Although, I think sub 2 might be a little difficult. That's probably less likely. My current target's like 223 to 237. Any likely GME movement today or tomorrow? It's not looking super hot. It was looking a little better earlier, but then they fucking shorted it again. Do you still give Siri a 3% chance or higher because they're still trying to drive it into the ground while it's exposed? No, still like I mean, short squeezes are extremely rare, and you're dealing with like a large bank here, right? So, I mean, I don't expect them to squeeze unless they fuck something up really bad, or their position is far more desperate than the current data indicates. It could be. We wouldn't know yet. It's way too early to tell. They're about to hit me again, Gork. Please short the VIX. Pac West getting clapped. Awesome. It's okay. You can say never gamble away your 1K port. I had to hire IT to figure out how to set up threads on Discord with alerts. I'm 19 years old. I was here for the Depression of March 2020. VIX 1401. Whammy to that guy. 1403. Oh, fuck. He's gonna get savagely beaten here in a second. Am I gonna regret not selling more of these spreads for $5 each? Probably. Oh well. Wall puts just went up 500%. Save my port from all of these dead puts. Here in Central Texas, I just saw the first cloud in 88 days. I hate it here. Leave. Go somewhere else. SPF down 40 BPS on the news so far. Tank banking. That'd be cool. Sorry, I don't mean squeeze, just ups to say $8 or $10. I mean, yeah, I think it's possible. I wouldn't be holding the fucking calls if I didn't think it could run. I still think the potential reward outweighs the risks. I mean, I don't have a lot of money in it. So if it goes up, cool. If it doesn't, I could care less. If that's not your position, I suggest you seriously reconsider your position. Vic's guy's real name is Bobby Brown, not Todd. The one and only Tower of Power, Bobby. Okay. I think the Pac WP is the preferred shares. Shirt off at VIX 1414. Maybe a VIX at 15. When banks are fearful, be greedy or something like that. We're very far away from any kind of fear. I was at a meeting for 30 minutes. What did I miss? I don't know. Maybe a bank failure. See, the market never has boring days. Crazy shit's always happening. Bank mergers are a signal that everything's okay. The banks are just so dang sound and resilient, they want to consolidate. Pac West, short squeeze win. Bank failure before JPOW raises rates. Spicy. Any chance? See? Maybe they're trying to trigger a bank failure so he won't raise them. I sat here all day to buy puts at the top. Well played. 45.65 end of day? We could slip to 60. 65's not really like a strong support one way or another. 70 and 75 are much stronger. Any chance they fill the bank right before a rate increase so he won't do it? No, that's ridiculous. You joke, but the thought crossed my mind. When failing banks fail because bags are too heavy, is that like Super Saiyan bag holder formation? When they get bought out, creating an ultra bag? Yeah. And then the Fed ideally will buy that bag. At 500 bucks, what's better odds? 250 Mega Million tickets or more Siri? God damn it, regards Kiki. Don't don't ask me that. Getting tired of non-earnings announcements. I was gonna buy puts at close on Pac W, betting that being the last regional bank earnings would signal distress, and then that announcement. Did I hear correctly? Another bank failed. They're merging maybe with Bank of California. Also, recent studies show that joyful bears dancing strikes fear into the market. Noted. A sheriff spy. So Pac W ain't falling per se. It's getting bought out because it's so good. No. Pac W halted down. Yeah. Double top on VIX? I hope not. Just up. Only up. Bank failure equals SPX all-time high. Pac W, the fortress of the Middle West. Bank of California. When you said there'd be a lot of mergers coming in this economy, I didn't think it would be all banks. Well, it's got to start somewhere. 4,600 end of week confirmed because the market's so strong and banks are sound and resilient. Sure. Bank failure equals buying opportunity equals full bull again? No. So banks make handbags? Uh, they're more like elves. Like, they're very good at filling up bags. Not so good at emptying them out. That's Santa's job. Vic's new intraday high. Where's our thrall? We joke about it, Dork, but seriously, we should consider getting a Vix guy. Oof. That poor dude. Are my deposits the bank's exit liquidity? Here's the secret. They already spent all those. I'm sure the guy who uses GameStop slash used games as a savings account had the right idea. We'll see about that. What happens to him at 15? I don't even want to. I don't want to think about it. What does the VIX guy need to do, theoretically? Short VIX. Those are IOUs. They're just as good as money. Stream card with Zed's submissive and leather from Pulp Fiction for the Vix guy. Vega, Charmeleon, ooh wah wah. Oh, okay, I got it. I know which song. Oh man, look at Vix go. That's not good. Do you guys remember that chart I showed you earlier about Vix going up and losses increasing? Oh, that's really awkward right now here at the top of this gigantic cliff. I need more puts. Critical margin line has been breached. Hedgies to DEFCON 5. Charmeleon? You come and go? Girk, zoom out the VIX window. It needs more space to go up. Fine. No, I really fucking hate looking at VIX without Heikinashi candles. But what if VIX gaps up? Ugh, I don't want to miss that. Damn. Oh, it'd be so cool if everyone decides to hedge their tail risk all at once right now. It's so cheap, guys. Come and get it. Dork, can you stand outside of CBOE's office and ring a bell and just shout Vix, come and get it? Wear the butt plug with the tail. The fluffy one. What's wrong with Vix One Day? The fact that it need to be created in the first place. Suey. As if he wasn't wearing that already. I mean, I assume he's prepared, but you never know. You want to make sure you check all the boxes. You could do the Timon and Pumbaa song. Damn it, Gork, check DM. What's that? Volatility momentum re? What the fuck is that a picture of? Was that the VIX? Oh, okay. I need something that rhymes with bacon but has to do with the VIX. I'm trying to rewrite this. I think you can leave in the line, he's a big pig, you can be a big pig too. Oi. That works. That guy's got 5 minutes to get the VIX back under 14. Forsaken? We want Vega? Hmm. Did the 75s close? I don't think so. Let's see. We got a hot, steamy DM. Whoa. A bunch of puts opened up. Where did those all come from? Oh, wait, that's tomorrow. Hold on. What the shit? Dillionaire Balani. Dork. Oh, shit. Huh. Do you think that's a good assessment of anything happening, or does it just look exciting? Is Dork giving you data from the future? He better be, because CBOE's not outputting any right now. What the fucking fuck shit is happening? Everybody's shitting their pants because spreads are exploding, is my guess. First of all, don't fucking tease me. Alright? Second of all, this is very odd. I was just trying to rewrite the Aching for Bacon song. Now this is happening? Balani, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over. Ah, there we go. I got some data to load. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the 85 and 80 closed out hard on the drop. 70 and 75 are still there, but the 65 and 60 have reduced significantly. So it's kind of stop losses across the board, but the out of the money and in the money strikes the most. PacWest still going down pretty hard with volume. Noted. VIX still above 14. Momentum's tricky here. Suggestion: markets quaking, profits forsaken, trust is shaking, gains are taken. Markets waken, dollars aching, bubble breaking, savings eaten. Okay. Thank you. Chat GPT. I didn't want to have Chat GPT write it. But I appreciate it, Hamskara. Todd is getting it. Who the fuck is Todd? Oh. The VIX guy? Yeah. How does the data affect your outlook for price action? Which data? What time frame? Be more specific with your question. Are you asking me what the market's going to do over the next 15 minutes? The OI you were just reading aloud. It kind of locks us up here at the 45.75 strike. Although that's going to start decaying, so if no new interest is coming in to the upside, we could start to slip, and there's less support to the downside. Popular opinion: VIX up, Siri up. Yeah, that position seems to be somewhat volatility exposed. Which draws some similarities to, well, how GME used to be once upon a time. Todd gonna come through in the clutch and get a popsicle for his effort? I hope not. I hope Todd fails. Fuck Todd. Do the pumpers run into tail risk with the MM at the end of the day? Is this why dips tend to occur? Well, you also have charm, right? So you have a bunch of... They've bought so many, like, recently especially, they've bought so many out-of-the-money calls into close that as these start to, like, the out-of-the-money calls start to decay, the MM's dropping their hedge, right? And they're here trying to hold the price up. But the hedge from all of these calls is just rapidly falling off. And so they buy and buy and buy, and they buy out the money and slightly in the money to try to keep that hedge from collapsing. Sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're not. Lately, they've been failing frequently. Where's Charmadillo? He's the hero we need at the end of the day. Hmm. I'll hail the V. Not yet. Don't hail it too soon. Although very close. Hmm. A step away to take one phone call, and this is what you do to the market. Sorry, the calls were cheap again. Tomorrow's gamma is all over the place. Actually, tomorrow's gamma looks kind of normal for a change. Ugh, should I hold this 45.65 or is it good and dead? 45.65 put? Put. When did you buy it? Too long ago. No stop? Sounds dead. I don't have any magic way of killing the SPX. Oh, VIX back at 14. Nope, 13.99. Never mind. I almost set a stop. Well, but that doesn't. Almost setting stops doesn't protect you from losses. If I were to walk around the NYSE floor looking to buy VIX, would Todd find me? Maybe. I let the jar down. No, it's okay. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, you did you. It does sound like you lost some money. You better hope this fucker crashes into close. I was profitable. Uh, We're like the ghost of Todd by this point. Well, no. VIX is back at 13.99, so Todd's safe. I made money yesterday. I did your speech about not being an idiot at noon. It's a work in progress. Don't let your hope for what might be affect your decision to take profit on a trade. Now you might get really lucky that a bank failed here at the end of the day, and your put might print, but don't, when you look back on it, if it does, don't reflect on the fact that you got out alive. Reflect on the fact that you were in the position where you needed to get out alive. I made $3 today. Thanks, SPX. Nice. Bond buyers reacting to the news. Meh. Guys, I'm Todd. Please tell JPOW to pause so VIX can go to 0. Reminds me of that saying, every time a bank fails, a degen gets his wings. That's enough for a paid comment. Double down. Double down what? But I like the heart palpitations I get when my sold SPX call goes $10 in the money. Am I doing this right? Someone needs to take away your ability to sell naked calls. Any ideas where the 3.2 million shares to short came from on GME this morning? Probably the people that sold them. Hello, Sirius. Does Todd get beat at 14? Yeah, they start beating at 14. It's so funny watching people's emotions change with one red candle and one green candle. Yeah, I know. I did a pretty good job of ignoring all the Siri people today, though. So I was proud of myself, at least. For all the CCs that got called away. Wait, what? The only safe double down is the KFC double down, as long as you don't have pre-existing arteriosclerosis. Okay, that's fair. Gronk, is Microsoft in a smexy strangle? Is Microsoft a smexy strangle? I don't know. Figure out what the implied move is. Probably not. Crushes suck. Also, Microsoft's like kind of generally its earnings are more moderate in their reaction. It's not like Nvidia. That's where they got the shares to short? Oh, from assigned covered calls? Maybe. I did a little inside with every upstart green candle. I'm a shell of a person now. I die a little inside. Wait, are you the guy who naked shorted upstart? I know someone in here is carrying like a naked short on Upstart. VIX below 14. Market is saved. No, VIX is above 14. Are the pumpers currently fucked? I mean, no, not currently. Although they could become fucked very quickly. No, I was just overly aggressive with covered calls. Fair. Do you see big ups or downs on SPX based off earnings tonight? Yes. Although I'm not sure playing those earnings directly is worth it. Todd. He's trying, man. Upstart covered call, $75 expiration, 728. Dangerous? I mean, it's at Gamma Max right now. I highly doubt, unless it were a little like squeeze or something, that it's gonna go to 75. Um, Even if it did, it probably wouldn't stay there for long. I think most of the call interest is at like 65. 65, a little bit at 70. SPX straddled better than Microsoft straddled to play Microsoft earnings. It's probably decent enough. At least you won't get crushed on IV. Is Todd's job to increase or decrease the VIX? Decrease. Can't wait to hear Daddy JPOW talk about a super secret dual mandate tomorrow. Listen, turd. I only get to hear words from our father once a month, okay? Don't you ruin them for me. We're closing right here. Probably not, right? Well, probably not. If we stay under 75 a little longer, we will probably close a smidge lower. Just a smidge though. Smidge seem like 30 BPS. As much as I wish that could happen, it's pretty unlikely. 30 BPS would put us. Oh. Ah, we did that thing. I know. Oh, I don't need that anymore. 30 BPS is like 4560. Yeah, that seems like a stretch. I don't know. It's not impossible, but it's a stretch. Oh. Hmm. Bank suspended while Pac W was previously halted, and Pac W currently still trading. Okay, noted. Oh, how peculiar. Nasdaq volatility went up, and so did Siri. Strange. I just chose a random BPS number that sounded absurd. Thanks for elaborating, though. No problem. You might not be wrong in the end. It's time. Are we just going to bounce off ES VWAP? Could. Although this whole thing's looking kind of bearish. Yeah, I think futures are breaking down from 4,600 right now, which is actually a big deal if they do. Could you check positioning on QQQ? I'm a little busy right now. Hmm. I think the time is now to short Carvana. Shares on loan July 18th, 34.66 million. July 24th, 42.6. I've been crushing lower than the bottom before earnings, too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could be. You want to hear some bear prawn? Sure. Check DM. Oh, I was looking at that too. Yeah, I saw that. It's very sexy. I know somewhere else they could find liquidity, dork. Coffee pours. Could this end up being Jimmy's lowest volume day? Um, I don't think so. I think the lowest volume day is around like 1 million. We need the sideways trading guy from Superstein, but for SPX. What the fuck about today has been sideways? This part? I would just prefer if the head and shoulders didn't have so many extra shoulders. Maybe it's from Ohio. What's a good example of a spy straddle for Microsoft and Google? A spy straddle is literally just a call and a put at the money. I prefer if someone went to beat Todd with a stick. Is there enough time to realize a Head and Shoulders? Yeah. There's 20 minutes. The SPX can move a lot in 20 minutes. A lot. Are you still doing more put theta than call theta? Yeah. Are we thinking up or down? Flip a coin? I mean, I'm thinking we close somewhere around 45.70 right now. But there's a small chance that we slip 45.70 and then we could close at 65 or 60. I think that's a pretty small chance. Maybe like 10%. If you want an arbitrary percentage with no math behind it whatsoever. It can move a lot, but will it? Well, we'll find out, right? Do you think Microsoft rockets up, goes down, or stays flat? If I could answer that question 100% accurately, I wouldn't be here. Just stay away from earnings. What is it with everyone that wants... I don't understand why people always want to be exposed to earnings. Just go to a casino. Go to a casino and put all your money on, like, black or red. And then, you know, it's done with. At least you don't have to think about it all night while you hold your dead options. Dad, I did it. Dad, I did it again. I'm over leveraged and risky assets. Please don't take my Hauser. Well, it's not unexpected at this point, Ben. Ben's just everything Popcorn Trader pretends to be. Which is frightening. Yeah, I know. I still have my house. NVIDIA earnings will be awesome. Well, there'll be something. Can you zoom in on SPX some, or do you... What? Expect it to butt your orange line. No, I don't think it probably will, but it'd be cool if it did. I would be happy. 45.75 or 45.70 close. Right now? I don't know. We'll see. 75s are still out of the money. But it's not a coin flip because it can just trade flat, right? Unless you have a three-sided coin I don't know about. I think that happened with Amazon at the last earnings. Someone straddled it and got fucked. Because it was just like, or strangled it, and it was just flat the fucking next day, and all the IV crushed out. Ooh. Breakdown. So close. Yeah, but you need like a wide one. Like one that's as wide as its diameter. I guess you could glue like a stack of quarters together and flip that. Make sure the base is flared. I don't think my Discord's turned off. Is it? Oh shit. Why don't people tell me about this? This is fucking insane. Yeah, person who told him about that. I mean before it was a thing. How long has it been off? It's just silly how much ES VWAP seems to matter. It's important. We keep making lower lows bullish? That's not super bullish, I don't think. Was I already profitable? Oh, I was. Cool. So I'm just blowing some free money now. Nice. Are you streaming Google or Microsoft? Absolutely fucking not. I'm not gonna sit here for 45 minutes and wait for their earnings call. I have shit to do today. I have a put butterfly on Microsoft. That's it. I don't care what their earnings are. It's irrelevant. I don't mean Diablo. Rude? How's that rude? I'm just being honest. J&J total volume at 210 strike today, up 60k. Now 72k contracts at the strike traded today. Okay. I would say some of those are probably sold. But it's still doing good today. It's above the mid target. I'm not streaming me streaming Microsoft earnings either, Popcorn Trader. J&J rocking it for sure. Nailed the pick. Thanks. No, I'm not streaming T earnings either. First of all, I never listen to earnings calls if they're in the morning. Fuck that noise. I don't want to start my day bored. If you start with a 10,000 port and had 3 months to get to 100,000, how would you allocate between Siri and FNGR? I wouldn't. Liar, we listened to Bobby. Yeah. How'd that turn out? Oh, fuck. Drop it. Yeah. There we go. Now more. More, but also lower. It turned out good. Actually, yeah. Oh, shit. Vix, help, help. I'm being oppressed. 9 minute 0 DT 4670 call extravaganza time. Are you worried about Kenny's recent losses? Are you trying to bail him out? Oh, I hate this fucking market. How cool would it be if tomorrow CBOE was like, yep, that's it. No more 0 DTs on SPX. Those green candles are so strong. Yeah, it's kind of important that they do that. I'd be fucking pissed. I think I found the straddle. September expiration. Volume matches up to the 210 strike. Okay. So someone's straddling J&J at 210 and what? My life savings was in Funko stock? You mean the people that sell plastic bobbleheads? Branded plastic bobbleheads? How cool would it be if JPOW just said, that's it, no more bulls, and did a 5% rate hike? The Fed doesn't care about the equities market. He said that before, right? 7 minutes. No, I think 45.65 is out of the question now. Allegedly. GexBot only goes to 100 billion, and it's off the chart at 45.75. Yeah, it's very high. Which would be all the more epic if it dumped super hard. Like here, when they got scared out. They sell bobbleheads without the one fun thing about bobbleheads, the bobbling. They're bobbleless bobbleheads. Static, if you will. Bullish on Build-A-Bear. Do they bobble? Instead of a V, it's a carrot? Hmm. Interesting. That's a hot take. I don't know if the world was ready for that. 5 more minutes. Five more minutes for Nimrus Daughter's put. Do you make money in this range on the SPX? Yeah, I did okay today. I was long all morning. I bought calls at like market open. So I did good on those. And then I sold like 375, 380 call spreads. Gurk, I'm here. Are we doing my thing? 4 more minutes. Hey, Dad, I'm reading Trading in the Zone. Okay. Mark Douglas shared the secret to being a successful trader. All you need is a positive attitude, no TA, no fundamental analysis, just a winner's mindset. God, I hate that book. I decided not to be Toe Ring Gang today. I didn't want it bouncing back up. I have a 15% profit. Nice. I took my first position 45 minutes ago and hated the market the entire time until just now. I'm about love the market, love you. Have a great evening. You too, Subway Cup. Upstart move up or down when JPOW announces plus 25 BPS tomorrow. I mean, it's not good for them. Like, tightening lending practices are bad for their core business. Any word on Lumen as a long play? I still like it less than T and Verizon. I got stopped out of my bear call spread at 95% profit. GG all. GG. Nice. Congratulations. 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. Trauma, 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 Hmm. Later, sads. Yeah. As long as this doesn't wick up $5 into close, I'm pretty good for the day. Oh, you put that VIX right back where it came from, Todd. Woo! Fuck yeah, VIX closed at 14. When was the fucking last time VIX closed above 14? Oh, what? Adjusted? Fucking Todd, man. Ding ding. Absolutely fucking rugged. 45.70p cash settles for 250-ish? Yeah, 247. Well, hey, all those fucking spreads I sold. Nice, right? Huh. I actually did really well today. Despite the shitty call spread. That was only a $3 loss. Oh, and I had the calls earlier. Yeah, today's a good day. Dump after close. Is it though? Just look at ES. Oh. Well, I wouldn't have minded that while the market was open. Okay. Let's hope that Microsoft and Google crash everything. Right? That'd be fun. I see it bounced. Thanks, Sam. Made a ton on Upstart calls. Nice, man. GG. PacWest go belly up before the rate hike? Maybe. Or maybe no rate hike if PacWest goes belly up. I wish JPOW would come out with something more meaningful, like, we're going to increase the rate of quantitative easing. You know, fun stuff. VIX 1392, VIX 1401. PacWest was halted, I believe. Yeah, so closed a little higher today than expected. I would have preferred to close around 45.60, although I don't think it matters. A lot of the 45, 80, 85, 75 calls expire and today and close out. We are still in the bullish range. There's still support at 45.50 into the end of the week. Obviously, earnings tonight are going to play a really big role in determining the early part of tomorrow's price direction. But most of the straddling for tomorrow is set up here to the downside. So Gamma's kind of like that for tomorrow. And this is at like 45.40. So expect maybe some push to try to get it near that range into the FOMC meeting. Although I'll have more data on that when I do my write up tonight. And we'll see, what's going on with gamma max and gamma neutral. Ideally, we would like to see both of these move up to indicate, a continued increase in bearish positioning, right? Because those are going like this alongside the price action. If we start to see gamma max contract and gamma neutral stagnate or fall off, that's bullish. So far, we haven't really seen a lot of that. And yeah, but the options data, if you just looked at that today, would have indicated that the market was going to stagnate or go down. Meanwhile, the expectation was up due to where the positioning lay. Um, but we kind of have blown off the top of the options positioning. We filled the gap on futures. So now there's kind of a big empty space to the upside as far as long call positioning goes. There's still a lot of short calls to the upside, and obviously an earnings beat and a pump could start squeezing some of those positions at like 45.80, 90, and 4600 out, as they tend to be a bit more skittish. VIX now at 1389. Obviously, VIX increasing is very bad for their positioning. So, and it will increase as we move closer and closer to the FOMC meeting tomorrow. Right now, I think this is the cheapest straddle going into an FOMC meeting that I've seen. Usually VIX is much higher for these kind of events, but that's because there's a high degree of certainty. So it's not really pushing the VIX up very hard that, JPOW is going to do 0.25 tomorrow, which is largely priced in. As a matter of fact, I would say, well, the 3 and 6 month are pricing in almost 2 rate hikes, although the 2-year not so much. Dixie down on the day, Bitcoin up, gold up, silver moving, wheat gapped up and closed again, oil's up 100 bps. Oil is now, I believe, inflationary across the board, or so additive to headline inflation now. Well, okay. WTI isn't. Brent is. WTI needs to be above 80, but Brent is already above 80. Yeah, Brent's at 83. So, additive. Additive to headline inflation. The Fed's going to have to take that into consideration. I don't know how they intend to manage that, but I mean, it's got to be a known factor for them that that's going to increase headline inflation, especially if it persists over like the next 3 months. And any month over month increase of headline inflation above 0.3% per month. So, last month we got 0.2% increase. If it was 0.3, that changes the year over year decline and starts turning up. So like 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, right? And that ends the disinflationary period. So something to consider. But we'll see what JPOW does tomorrow. I think increase in quantitative tightening should be a consideration, given that the Fed has only managed to pull back about $1.3 trillion of their SOMA balance. And with the bank backstops, it's more like 700 million. The Treasury general account is still not full. And at some point, the Fed is going to have to step in and become a purchaser of U.S. securities. And if they do, that's effectively quantitatively easing. So they may need to ramp up the rate of tightening more significantly going into the second half of this year. Hopefully, the lagging effects of monetary policy over the last 12 months will start to catch up, but they haven't yet, right? Largely because the effects of them are being resisted in every way possible, not because they aren't present in the economic data. I guess that's about it. I did want to take a look before we wrap up here at broad commodities into the end of the day. They're continuing to move up. we are right at the breakout point we started talking about a few weeks ago. Well, maybe about a month ago. So yeah, those have reached their breakout test, and we are moving into, I would say, a commodities cycle with the index above 110, maybe to confirm it, just for safety. But yeah, it's definitely moving up in a pretty significant way. Lastly, we are starting to see a little bit of maybe a turnaround here on this double bottom. If we start to see a high if a higher low here forms in the implied correlation index, or core 3 month, versus the SPX, this may indicate a bit of a loosening in volatility, right? Maybe ahead of VIX actually moving. So we'll keep watching that, and then yeah, I think that's about it for today. So I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow. Make sure you have the notifications turned on for Pickles Picks. I'll have the write up for SPX in there tonight. Congratulations on everybody who played the intraday NVIDIA play. That one worked out really well. And yep, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.